Have you seen that as well? In the chat. Just got. Ooh, let's check. Yeah, bust that.
All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster. And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Monday. Hope everybody had a good weekend. And it's Halloween, isn't it? Time to scare some people. Just do it with logic round here though. Model Affliction Monday. I think there's a bit of thing going on at the minute where these guys, they're struggling to formulate an argument after being shown the argument. They're really, really struggling. I think over the weekend we've had Fight the Flat Earth talking to our expert YouTube text chatter logician, throwing Logos out on the text chats. He's managed to get Fight the Flat Earth to formulate some sort of a globe argument. It's not bad. We might go over that in a bit. I've literally just seen a guy on Twitter that's also done something similar. Unrelated conclusions, just not related at all. Everyone dressed up as globers. I was wanting a globe head, because that'd be good. Big globe head. Because that'd explain some of these people's attitudes. There's nothing in the head except globe. That's it. It's getting a bit sad at the minute. Especially maybe it's because of the position that we've been put in and the way that nobody particularly wants to talk to us, because everybody seems to get upset at talking about reality. They get upset at I don't know, really. I think it's epoche that they get upset at, because I think either they're scared or they've got some sort of fear and they want other people to be like that. And I don't. I have I guess that epoche gives you some sort of an inner peace that just people either like or they don't like. It's a bit like that, like Marmite. Either you like it or you don't. Maybe mainly the people that are listening do. I know that we used to have a lot of hate watchers, and I don't think we get that anymore because it gets too much. They don't like even hearing these arguments because they know there's no rebuttal. They've got no counter to these logical statements. You can't dismiss logic in an open conversation, a simple open conversation, whereas they like to try and confuse people. I don't like that. There's not much point in it for me. Vegemite's the same thing, isn't it, Paige? I don't think it's any different. Or is one? I don't know. So yeah, like, has anybody else got anything model related? Otherwise, I'll go into the logic in the how they haven't got an argument. Okay, let's have a look. See whether we can see. I'll go over the latest one in the live chat. So I've been having a few chats today. Well, I've been watching a bit on Twitter. They just like to misrepresent me, but there seems to be there's a new. They say a woman, and they're all hot for talking about this. They're trying to convince. I don't think it's a new person. But this is a guy who calls himself Colin Masonic Bikini. Bikini is like a troll group on Twitter, and they go around trolling people. And obviously, the Masonic bit, don't know what that means. I don't know whether it's done as a troll or whether he is actually part of some Masonic lodge. Not got a clue. But he says, weight is a downward force proportional to mass. Let me get this picture out there. Do you deny it? Downward force. That's what he says weight is. And then he asks, do you deny it? Gases have mass and are subject to weight. Subject to. Without force pushing them up or pulling them up, gases stay around Earth. Around the soil, the Earth, I think. Where gases like to stay. I don't know. And then he's got a nice picture here of some guys pulling a rope. 3 people pulling a rope and labelled a vacuum at the other end of the rope. Like,
what the hell?
just to, let you know what he's talking about. Like, what? Weight is sideways there, apparently.
Yep.
Sideways weight. In the opposite direction to the vacuum. And that's meant to be a gas going in that direction, away from the vacuum.
A weighted gas. Gotcha. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Sideways weighted gas.
Yep. Just like I was telling you about the plumb bob before.
Yeah.
Same kind of fantasy.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's like counteract. It's just different, isn't it? It's opposite to what you've been told about the plumb bob.
Yep.
Like
absolutely.
You asked him, can the plumb bob go sideways? And it's like, nah. But according to that,
it can.
Yeah, that's what that seems to be. It's just a land of confusion, right? They haven't. I can't understand how people can even start to have this discussion when it's so obvious that there's a contradiction in there. You can't have a vertical plumb bob, which is like a weight on the end of a string showing vertical every time. And that's your understanding of vertical. And then attempt to draw a picture like this. Stupid.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Ludicrous. I asked the guy, and he, how is that so? And he goes to me, well, of course, gravity. At first, he didn't want to say the word gravity. The word gravity is on its way out, by the way. So when I was pressing him, he said, okay, gravity. So I go to him. So you mean space-time is causing the plumb bob to point in that direction, sideways? He didn't know what to say, flipped out.
Yeah, I'd never really, I completely don't live in that land of, the real is vertical. But they do call it space-time, don't they?
Yeah.
They've added another thing onto it to curve it. And that's where that's where their minds are at constantly.
Yes. This force of which they speak is not a force. You have to correct them on their model. It's been superseded. I mean, we don't like talking about it, but it's model Afflicted Monday, right?
Yeah.
So that force has been superseded by space-time. So what you're actually saying is space-time is making your pendulum hang sideways. Like sheer ludicrous fantasy, La La Land.
Yeah, I don't like trying to imagine this non-reality that these guys live in. But at some point, you have to be able to point out the contradictions that are inherent in their model. Now, try to keep away from it, but it's becoming so ridiculous now, and these guys are calling people all sorts of silly names because we're not going along with their imaginings. But we have to point out that certain things that they say, where the contradictions lie and how these contradictions are shown, because even people in their side have different ideas than what they do. And that's where the contradictions need to be shown, because it's all right you arguing with one guy, but then 5 minutes later somebody else could be arguing exactly the opposite with you, and these guys can't see that there's a contradiction between their two opinions of the same matter as you're talking to them. And that's what happens. This guy here, the one with the tweet on the screen, has got a sideways weight, but he's trying to imagine that's a plumb bob sideways.
Yeah, and this is what I like doing. This is why I talk about the model, because most people don't realize how crazy it is until you show them, and they say, "What? They're saying that this weight is hanging sideways?" Like, yeah, that's what they're saying.
They don't want to say it though, right? So, and that's the bad part is that it takes somebody like you to say it, and then they'll be able to argue with you once you say it, because they'll say that you're misrepresenting what they're saying, but ECV won't allow them to address it. And they've been running from these conversations for years.
Yep. I'm willing to sacrifice that just for the audience to hear, because I can handle what they're going to say next, right? And just make them say more stupid stuff. But yeah, the point is taken. We're talking about their model, whether we like it or not. I made somebody leave today. We had a conversation and they left. They said, "Oh, no, I can't take this anymore."
Yeah, that's the first sign of you being kicked out of there, Essa. You'll persona non grata. You won't be allowed. You're asking the wrong questions. You're not playing ball within their circular reasoning.
Yep.
It'll not be long before they start showing you the door.
That's the chance I'm willing to take, because I'm not going to put up with bullshit. Nobody's bullshit. I'm going to call anybody out, whatever side you're on. If I hear bullshit, I'm going to call it out. Sorry. Even if you're a friend, I'm going to call it out. And I expect the same for me.
Yeah. Yeah, as do we all here. Yeah, I think what's going to occur is that, or what has been occurring is that people cannot address the main issue that they're talking about. 33 viewers. Get in. Favourite number. It's going to come around quite a lot, that 33. Not because of whatever reasons everybody thinks. I think 33 is the number of the veil.
Yes, well said, bro. Yep.
When you see that number, it's something that's been hidden, and you should dig deeper to try and find out why.
Once we hear 33 cavitation, oh man, that should ring bells all over.
So yeah, that's the first, one of the first. Yeah, good evening, Paper. Oh, while you're here, Paper, what I'd like to do, or what Buster's asked if we could do a like a members only session where we go into the relationship of music and geometry, like a special, make a members only where we'll invite people to come in to the discussion. It won't be live, it'll be recorded, and it'll only be available to members, because these are the sort of things we're going to be doing quite a lot more of. The stuff that we do is only really for the people that come and get involved with it. The rest of the stuff, I mean, within Discord, like most of the stuff we do in here is it's more personal within Discord rather than when you guys are listening to us now. This is the show where we get to point out to everybody, or let everybody know, where we get to document how we are. So it's laid out there for everybody to see. So if anybody tries to misrepresent us or do whatever, then all that anybody has to do is come back and look at any of these things. And this was our way, really, of letting everybody else know that there is a lot of shit being talked about what we do. So what we're trying to do, Paper, is set up some sort of a music geometry link, because there's so much fascinating stuff that we've got, and yeah, Buster's inspired, and when Buster gets inspired, you know there's going to be some good stuff coming out of it.
Okay, when it would be?
Oh, I don't know. We'll have to arrange it, right? Just to let you know that yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we've been talking about in the background that it would be great to get you in on. You know, in a slower pace, not live.
Okay.
Yeah.
But not tomorrow, because I have 12 hour work.
Yeah, well, it'll be whenever Buster can get his time off on his shifts. So I think he's working at the minute. So, you know, we'll get it arranged though, and let you know. As everybody else, if anybody else out there listening as well, sort of more interested in the music side of it, and to find the links between geometry and music, which is obviously there, but to delve deeper into it, just as a bit of fun. I'm like me, I'm not musical at all, but what I've been listening to and from hearing from Buster and Paper and everybody else, J-Ro, that's been coming in and talking about this sort of stuff, there is a depth to the geometry and the music.
Same logic applies to music also.
Yeah.
So some people say that music, it's about feelings. All right, yes, also. But first, how it is produced, it is just logic.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we can go over that tomorrow. I mean, Model Affliction Monday. But yeah, in the very near future, if anybody's listening and wants to get involved in this sort of stuff, or is also liking it, come into the Discord and let's progress this, because this is one of our next steps. We've laid the foundations already. We're still happy to go over the foundations with anybody that wants to come around and talk about any of that sort of stuff. But we will be hoping to go into different areas soon, now that we've got the foundations sorted, and the trivium and all of that will progress as it does. We'll try and implement all of that. I think what we've been doing over the last few years is getting a group of people together that can do some amazing things. And if anybody does want to come and get involved in it, we're here all day, every day. It's what we do. It's like a bit of a social club, think of it, where people just pop in and out every now and again, taking a break from the work, taking a break from whatever. Come into the Discord and have a chat. Oh, I was getting some more tweets, wasn't I, from earlier today. Oh, this is a good one. I don't know whether any of you guys know Farmer's Boy. He's a big supporter of other people. He's not really got much to say, but he did today. Farmer's Boy made this statement. The horizon is physical. Farmer's Boy.
Okay, I would agree with him. If we have bump in the earth, yes, then it would be curvature, or whatever you call it, mountain, bulge, and that would be your horizon. But I think I don't know about what horizon he was talking about. But
He's talking about the curved one that he imagines. He's not talking about a horizontal horizon, like all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals be parallel to each other, thus making the horizon horizontal. The plane of the horizon is horizontal. He thinks tangent. Like I think he's confused. I think there's a lot of people like Farmer's Boy here that are extremely confused. It's that statement. Is the horizon the tangent, the straight line? But you realize you do need a circle.
No, if
for a tangent.
It is contradiction, because if horizon is physical, this is not a tangent, because tangent is just geometrical line, imaginary line, so it doesn't exist. It's not physical thing, this line. So just contradiction. It means that it cannot be physical if this is tangent.
If he sees a tangent and imagines a curve, how can it be physical?
Absolutely cannot.
Yeah. But poor Farmer's Boy. I mean, he doesn't say much, but when he does, he says it's something stupid. It doesn't make any sense. It's nonsensical. It's what I think Buster would call a vacuous statement. It means nothing, and at first look, whenever you try and work out what he's actually saying, you just get more confused. And Farmer's Boy, being the big brave guy that he is, it is Halloween, so he'll probably be scared. He won't come out to address this. He's a peanut gallery guy, like SE says. He can't talk about this. And he couldn't back that statement up either, because he wouldn't know whether it's a tangent or a curve. He's lost, like a lot of people. The model affliction has led them into a place where I don't think they even know. I think there's a lot of people like that, though. There's a lot of people out there that are just lost without a knowing of where they're even going. Never mind where they've come from, where their foundations are.
Yeah, with a guy like Farmer's Boy, don't expect to have like a conversation that will amount to anything.
Yeah, well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it, that Farmer's Boy has been, he's heard all of these paralogisms. There's a load of people around him that are just talking about their imaginings. Now, he's heard all of that and formulated that statement in his own head. To him, it probably means something. But it being Farmer's Boy, there's no way of having that discussion or asking him or anything. Like SE says, he's not capable of having that discussion.
He's fully, shall we say, Stockholmed, right? He will fight for the system. Whatever he reads, if it's in Wiki or any official statement, he will go for that 100% without question. So think of having a debate with Wiki, you know? That's what it would be like.
Well, I think there's a group of people that there are, at least the ones that I talk to. I mean, I keep saying this, a group of people. It's just that these people hound me. With anything I post anywhere, there's a group of people that will tweet at me and say some really ridiculous stuff. Non-arguments, just meant to keep a circular thing going. So this is one of the things that I've always been doing. Now, hashtag at the top that Farmer's Boy once again does this, and the hashtag that they have is gotta lie to flirt. Gotta lie to flirt. And I always say, I've been saying all the time, you don't have to lie to anyone. You don't have to lie to anyone. Especially the group of people you've labelled and are extremely bigoted against. Which is Farmer's Boy, right? There's a group of people that Farmer's Boy calls flirfs. For anybody that doesn't know what a flirf is, it's a shortened version of flat earth, right? It's just a way of shortening that, right, into a thing, right? So his hashtag is gotta lie to flirf, and I say you don't have to lie to anyone, and I will stand by that, right? And then I'm saying, who's labeling these people? Because I know for a fact I have a proof the earth is not flat. So I'm not one of these flirts that he's talking about, but he is. He's going to put me in that box. He's going to be labeling me and putting me in that box with these people that he says you have to lie to. And I say I don't like lying to anyone, so you don't have to lie to me. You don't have to lie to anybody. We try to not lie to anyone, like SE said. We want people to be honest and be direct as well. If you've got a problem, let us know. Come and have a discussion about it. We can talk like adults. Now, what he does, Farmer's Boy, is he labels people that obviously may or may not be of the flat earth persuasion. I know for a fact I'm not, yet I know that Farmer's Boy will want to put me in that box, but he only wants to put me in that box, then he can be bigoted towards it. There's a group of people, flirts, that Farmer's Boy absolutely despises, and the group of people that Farmer's Boy is in, that whole arena, they all despise this group of people, that they are obsessed with. They can't get these
This is
people out
the
of their
thing.
mind.
Yeah. This is what really, really puzzles me, right? Like, I might not like people, not like, I might disagree with people that think there's Bigfoot, right? I'm not saying I do or I don't, right?
Mm-hmm.
But let's say I don't. I'm not going to go over to their forums and start messing with them, right? We all know that part. That's not it. But the hatred, I'm not going to hate the person because he believes in Bigfoot. I'm not going to hate somebody because he believes in UFOs. I mean, it's ridiculous. They hate us. They genuinely hate us. They have hatred for us. Somebody they never met on the other side of the world. It's amazing.
See that hashtag.
I think that if they hate us, although we are not flat earthers,
Mm-hmm.
but we just don't eat their narrative. So they will hate everyone who is not eating their narration. And the convenient way is to put us into this box, to have excuse. Now we have excuse to despise you because you are flat earther. But in fact, it is not about flat earth at all.
Yeah.
It is just about narration, let's say, politely.
Well,
This is bullshit pseudoscience. Yes.
Also, they get pissed off at anybody pointing out a contradiction. You know, like, it not only do you not go along with their fantasy, but I'm not interested in anything that isn't reality. But these people that we deal with that want to they want to put us in the box of something that we're not, but then they want to talk about, I don't know, it's like so confusing because they don't even know where they want to talk about. They've got nowhere to go.
Even the things that they like talking about, like, for instance, gravity. Today, I had a guy, he was afraid to use the word gravity because he knew what I was going to say next. He was afraid to use the word gravity. Their go-to, they have gravity and refraction, right? Well, gravity is going slowly.
The biggest thing that came around from all of this, even with the trivium, is that you cannot predicate upon anything, and if it's not real, it has to be there. You have to have a thing to be able to predicate or speak about it.
That's the best thing I think we learned. Well, we knew it subconsciously, right?
Yeah. I think everybody does, don't they?
Yeah.
Right,
that's the best thing of the trivium, like, you know?
Well, I think of reality as well. Like it literally teaches you reality is there, right?
Yeah. That, and you know what else I really liked? Coming to terms. Right? Before the convo.
Mm-hmm.
You come to terms with the meaning of the words you're going to use, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, when I first came into this, the idea was for me anyway, was to listen to everybody and think, fucking hell, this is a shit show. Right? The people talking past each other, people having discussions with people, but neither of them having the same discussion. And so I originally thought, what we need to do is we need to find a common ground, and then everybody will be on an even keel, and then we can start progressing. But the more I was into it, the more you find out that that's literally not possible. They can't do it. It's cannot come to terms.
Exactly what I was going to say. Yep. You can't get past that stage. Yep.
That's why when geometry came in, it gave us that base, right, where you could go, well, at least we can agree on this. And they went, no, straight lines bend. And I went, oh, right. Now the work starts. Right? Because they still think that. It's still within their minds that straight lines, you don't understand them. That's where the song came from. Buster, classic Buster. You don't understand, because we made it that simple that that's all they could say. They can speak no further about it other than to say, you don't understand. And you say, well, help us, please. Teach us what we don't understand. If we're ignorant of it, let us know. And there is never anything coming back.
That's the blog point right there. Yep.
That's ECV.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I think that they are mistaken about our misunderstanding, because we understand that on a sphere you cannot have straight lines on a surface, curved surface. Yes, we understand that. They say we don't understand. We understand that. But we also understand that, therefore, this spherical geometry is bullshit geometry, because if you have geometry within which you cannot produce straight line, it means that this geometry is bullshit. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been talking to Farmer's Boy about that sort of stuff today as well. Spherical geometry does not exist. It cannot, and it's easily proved that it cannot. Never makes it into the three-dimensional realm, even though it is the surface of a sphere. Sound crazy? It is. That's how it doesn't exist. Completely conceptual. You've got to take away something that you cannot do in reality. So
you mean a 2D surface of a 3D object?
Yeah. You know the Euclidean sphere? Well, that, but not that, not the insides, and not the outside either. Just the two-dimensional part. Like there's no way it can exist. Actually exist. It can be conceived of in the minds of lunatics, I think, or you make yourself a lunatic by conceptualizing this, because I cannot even do that.
You
My
said
brain
exist,
won't
right?
allow me. Yeah, it exists. It doesn't.
But that sounds familiar, like exist, existential, cognitive valence.
Yeah.
ECV.
Veiling. It's like throwing a veil over it. Yes.
Veil, yeah.
It's kind of reification. They are trying to bring into existence something that cannot exist.
Yeah.
So
it's kind of like, sorry, paper, sorry.
For example, straight line. It can exist on a plane, a 2D plane, but on spherical, in this so-called spherical geometry, it cannot exist. So, but they have to have in mind idea of straight line in space, because it is obvious.
Yeah, it's like the Star Trek, right? The force field, Scotty, force field, I captain, the veiling comes down. And that's it. There's no way through that. It could be in front of their face. You ain't getting past that. No chance.
For me, it is I cannot understand that position because at the same time they know that normal straight lines exist, but they say that on spherical geometry or on this surface it cannot be existent. So if they are assuming spherical geometry, they have to cancel a straight line, but still they know that it can exist, but in spherical geometry cannot. I cannot understand that position because it is even worse than contradiction. I don't know how to name in this, but they are just erasing a straight line from their geometry, but still they have to know that it can exist, this straight line. I don't understand that position. I cannot explain what psychology is behind that, but maybe someone smarter could explain to me how someone can hold that two positions, not only contradictory, but one of them is possible to exist, but they say it cannot be existent because of our spherical geometry. It's just for me insanity.
It's a messed up mind, isn't it? I call it the fractured mind. It's the exploded mind. If you think of logic as a formal system, the one that governs your reasoning ability, well, if you allow that contradiction, as in diletheism, these paraconsistent logics that have been invented in the 60s and 70s, anybody that's gone through that process of a formative mind, learning about that sort of stuff, fuzzy logic, I think fuzzy logic's a way to get computers to not think logically, because if computers thought logically, that'd be it. Too many secrets would be getting out. So in that construction of all of the way these things are going, I've lost where I'm going. I can't. Their minds have been exploded. The logic has been allowed the contradiction in, and as you know, once you allow that break in logic and you explode it, then anything can happen. Well, the danger is you actually do that to your mind. You allow your mind to have that contradiction, to allow the contradiction. And once you do that, I think that's the only way. You can't understand why they do that. And it's because of that reason, I think. But like you say, having a psychologist around here, if anybody's listening, I hope somebody has been listening to it. Because this is one of the things that's kept me, I think, and Emma here. Not the argument and all of that. It's the way people's minds can work, and why they do that, and how you allow your mind to do that. And I don't think you can actually get it back again. I don't think there's a way of unexploding a mind once it's gone. And we just find ourselves in an area of the internet where there's so many people that have got this fractured mind. Some of them just like fully exploded. It's fucking out there. It's gone. I mean, just replaced by shadow giants. And you allow everything. I had this idea of when in teaching, there's the idea that you could literally just open somebody's head and pour in information. And that's the way I think this school repetitive learning occurs. And then the other way is to inspire people, to give them the tools for them to make their own discoveries, because that's much more fitting. That's watching somebody who's inspired go on a journey of discovery for themselves, okay, with a little bit of communication, right, to be involved with that, it to me is a better way of learning. And then what inspires the person will be the thing that they learn the most about, and gives everybody a chance to be slightly unique. Well, the schooling system at the minute is the pouring information in, and that doesn't fit people. May fit some people, and some people may be enjoying it, but it allows the chance for this fragmented mind to begin, to put these little cracks in your mind, to allow you to not see contradictions, because there are many contradictions around that I don't think people are prepared for. I mean, I know this group of people that have the fully exploded mind. They don't want to hear logic. They literally don't want to hear about real things. They get frightened at it. It's the most scary thing for them. And they'll do anything they can. They've got multiple tactics to stop it, haven't they, Essie? You've been in the midst of it.
Oh, yeah. Let me say something before I lose it. It's important about the schooling system, right? What you said is absolutely true. They pour it into you, right? But not only that, and this is the most important part, I think. Not only do they control what you think what you're saying, right? But when it comes to the test, how you advance, right? You have to do your test at the end of the, of the school year, right? You do your exam. And now this is the tricky part. This is where they get you, because it's an A, B, C, D, right? There's no E. So what that puts in your mind and conditions you is two things. One, they have there's only an option of choices that they choose, like, who you're going to vote for. That'll play into that role. But the other thing is that there's always somebody that has the answer, right? All the questions have an answer. Keep that in mind. So they're conditioning you in two things. They pour the information in, and then they're telling you there's always somebody that has the answer.
It's an authority.
Yep.
Yeah.
For example, on test, you may have this question: which one of these, A or B, it would be about gravity? Which theory better explains reality? Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity? And you have only two choices. I would choose third option, that this is proportion between densities, but there is no such an option in a test.
Yep,
So
you would fail.
Yes. So I would say that I will not mark any option for that, and I will fail. I will fail the test.
Yep, another subtle conditionings, right? Let's say I decide and I say, wait a minute, why are you spelling cat with a C? I want to spell it with a K. Let's say I have a spelling exam, right? And I want to spell cat with a K, which I think is logical, makes more sense. What would happen?
You say it with a K, don't you?
Yeah. This is part of the magic. This is how they do it, right? They convinced you that a C is a K. Yeah, the schooling system runs deep, man.
Well, I think it, like I say, it teaches you, or it allows you to not see contradictions.
And to accept the complete opposite, like the unlogical. Like what I just said is now is a simple thing with a C, the cat with a K, right? But me as a child, I had a big problem with that. I still remember it until today. I refused. Even back then, I go, no, this is wrong, man. But I was always a troublemaker, so.
Well, like you say, I have done some teacher. I did some teacher training at uni, and I think it wasn't for me, that particular teaching. What I have found though recently is I think it's much better to be within a group of people that actually teaching is the best way to learn. And if you're in a group of people who each of them have something to give, then you attempting to teach that gets you more learning, really, because you'll learn from other people and them teaching you stuff. I think it's fascinating way of going forward now with our learning, really, to bring the trivium into this learning process. And I think it is fascinating that if I'd have been taught that at the youth, I don't know whether I'd be getting out of it what I'm getting now at this age, or whether I'd be much more progressed in where I am. Because I know since meeting everybody in this arena, I know that my learning has progressed. Some people out there, they're calling us, they say we don't understand, we don't do this. We definitely do. We are the ones that have gone back to the very beginning. If you want steps from nothing and show you how to start from nothing to explain everything, those foundations, yeah, we definitely understand it. We don't normally have to go over it because most of us already know it. We don't do that. But whenever given the chance to go over this stuff from the basics, I'd love to go over it anytime. And I think everybody here is at that point now as well, within their own understanding, especially Buster's coming alive with the music and guitar, and I know Spot On's also inspired with the music and stuff. We're going to some great places, making a link between the music and geometry. It's going to be fascinating. But in order for us to have to go to that place, we had to have the basics of geometry. Now, all of the basics of geometry will be able to be taught and used as teaching tools within the music. There's a connection that's so ingrained, should help us show the connection between logic, geometry, and music, reality. The connection between all of those things. Might even come up with our own definition of astronomy. Reclaim it. I think they were just jealous, the guys that gazed at stars, at lights in the sky. Or maybe there is a connection that we're not quite seeing yet. Right.
Maybe it is connection in astronomy, but you know, not everybody is into everything. So, for example, for me, astronomy is I am not too much into astronomy, but maybe someone could inspire me to tell about things in astronomy that would interest me, because for now it's not very interesting topic for me. But
Well,
maybe someone would inspire me or make me eager to find some truth or whatever.
we're saying today that geometry is geometry. And then, well, you've got in the quadrivium number, geometry, music, astronomy. Now, having the trivium and seeing how well those three are linked, right? Three roads meeting, coming from one, right? Then going into the quadrivium, putting number into geometry, obviously for the measurement purposes. Then go into music and how the music's put together. And then astronomy, which is number in space and time, which is, to me, the three-dimensional acoustic sound reverberation, the cymatics or whatever, in a three-dimensional form, and how that is shown within structures of architecture, geometry. But that's, to me, that just makes sense. That it's not really got anything to do with the lights in the sky. I mean, why would you have something that's formed and so ingrained together and then have music and geometry and then go, oh, the lights in the sky? It's so unrelated. I can't see why it isn't the architecture and the structures of buildings to make your, like you say, a sound box.
Yeah,
For me,
they
for me,
moved it to penis angles now.
For me, astronomy differs from geometry because you are, or people are describing geometry, even three-dimensional geometry, on a plane. Still on a plane. Even if we are drawing perspective views of something, we are still making two-dimensional picture or image of a three-dimensional reality. But in astronomy, we are dealing with three-dimensional reality without drawing this on paper, but we are just measuring motion and lights in the sky, yes, but motion of them and relation between them, how they behave, because if we have motion, so we can say that they behave in some way. So it is like geometry in motion.
Interesting. We were talking about that and using magnetism. Some people are, and there is a freaked out thing if you see it, a magnet through a you know, through a ferrule cell, and you see the lines it makes. It's just like, you know, when they film the movement of the stars in the sky. It's kind of like that. Really freaked out.
Yeah, like the cymatics, isn't it? It's that thing that you see in 2D in cymatics. You know, the sound on a vibrating board, right? Where he plays a different note, and the sound arranges itself. Well, that's got to be the 3-dimensional sound. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Around the thing. Now, if you can use that within a structure and use that, you know, to be able to magnify it or whatever, I don't know. But that's
More
what
than that,
makes
bro.
sense to me, that you link the geometry and the music together to form astronomy.
More, I'm thinking more than that. When you
Yeah.
guys said that, check out what I'm thinking now. The tie, right? How you tie it in. And I think the church figured it out because of the organs. And funny that paper, I heard you're an organ tuner, right?
No, I am just village organist, but I was trying, and it went without penalty because I was young and
You
stupid.
destroyed the. No, but besides the jokes,
school, it was school organ, one of them, pneumatic, so real pipes, not electronic, but real pipes. So I had much to destroy physically.
Yeah, but besides the jokes, you know music, you taught music, you were a teacher of music, correct?
Yes, also, yes.
Okay, now, so check this out now. Check out what I just thought. And I've been thinking about it for a while, but this tied into me now when you guys were saying you want to do this tie up. Now, what if the church figured out that if you play certain notes, right, on the organ, and because of cymatics, we know it vibrates, and we know music does something to you, right? Love music, scary music, danger, right? What if they figured out if certain notes made people more susceptible to the message they wanted to bring out there?
In fact, it was not. It was well known from ancient history. So Plato was talking about that. All philosophers. It was very well known, and it is inside the theory of music that certain notes and scales, ancient Greek scales, are causing some feelings. So many scales have their own descriptions. I cannot remember on the fly now, but I will recollect because it is interesting topic. But they were aware which scales and which composition of tones are making that feeling or this feeling, difference between feelings. Yes, and some, for example, Plato, as I remember, was very reluctant to some of scale at, I think it was Phrygian. I don't remember that now, but I think it was like Phrygian scale, one of Greek scales, and he forbade that scale because it causes bad feelings, and for citizens in his ideal state, it was not good that citizens would have that bad feeling. So this scale was forbidden. So it was very well known. It was not invention of Catholic Church or any church. It was very well known from ancient history.
That makes a lot of sense.
yes.
Yeah, yeah. Amazing, huh? Yeah.
So, for example, now this so-called pop culture musicians, they maybe them taking them alone, maybe they don't know what they are doing, but there is something behind that in producing modern music, because it has purpose, psychological purpose. So, and obviously, for example, in films, good music is making film. Like even this how Sergio Leone from spaghetti westerns. He said that 40% of film it is music. So if you erase, for example, music from film, it's just rubbish. You will not sell to anyone. So this feeling, this mood is created by music mostly.
Yeah, yeah. All the Clint Eastwood movies of what Paper just said, the spaghetti western, you know, wah, 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 and all those sounds and all that stuff. Yeah, that's freaked out. That was made in Italy, by the way, and all those people that you think are Mexicans, they're Italians. A lot of people don't know that. That's why they call them spaghetti westerns.
Yes, yes. I watched them all. And by the way, the music is in films, of course, causes psychological effect intended. And that's why Sergio Leone, for example, in one of them, it was mm, something I cannot remember this title in English. This with Charles Bronson. It was something like a long time in the West or something like that, and not with Clint Eastwood, but with Charles Bronson. This film starts without any music. So these three guys are waiting for Charles Bronson because they want to kill them, and they are just waiting. And one of them is just trying to catch a fly with his gun, and there is no music, only wind and just environment sounds, but without music. So people said that this was a mockery from Sergio Leone, that and some of the audience was very offended that he did that. So yes, but this was his response for music. What film is without music? So he showed that in this film, as I remember. I don't know if you remember that film, but I think many people did watch this film. This with Charles Bronson, one of spaghetti westerns.
I'm not sure about that one yet, but everybody knows A Fistful of Dollars, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Man, I love those movies. Yeah, but they're old, so.
Yes, yes. These are with Clint Eastwood, but there was only one without Clint Eastwood because he didn't agree on that. With Henry Fonda and Charles Bronson. Long
Yeah,
ago
we veered off
in
case
Wild
now.
West.
We're talking movies.
Yes,
Back to cymatics.
we are talking about music in
Yeah,
films.
yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just going through this stuff. everybody can see on the screen, Rob's finished his what do you call that? I don't know what I call it. That's the party bus or something. Rob's.
I call it wow.
Yeah. Look at that. That's a
Yeah, I
big
just
work,
like to
had a
that.
show
van.
off a little bit. Thank you.
We had a van when we were young, but man, it didn't look like that. I tell you that.
Bet you your van didn't have a fireplace.
Not even close.
Yeah, that looks good. But it sounds good as well, doesn't it? What sort of tune have you got? Buster playing on it? I have to do his a video tour with Buster in the background.
I'm gonna fall.
Yeah, you can definitely sleep two people in there easily.
Yeah, unless you saw the size of the guy that owns it.
Thanks.
Yeah. So the tie-up between acoustics, music, and the influence of people, that I think is a big thing there.
Still looking for that. They might do it today. If you're listening, Mike. Where's that one with Fight the Flat Earth? Because that's genius. I'll go over this one first anyway. Back to the next one. And this is Model Affliction Monday. To give these guys a bit of a... They're all shy. Like you say, it's Halloween. They've all got scared. We're the big scary ghosts over here, and they don't want to come and talk to us. The big ogre, like SE. He's like a 12-foot tall giant stomping all over Globers.
I wish.
That's the way I imagine you anyway. Like you're a huge, you've got a huge voice anyway. Your voice deserves like a big, huge guy. So I can imagine them being intimidated and, not wanting to talk. That's the way it's going to be. So this is another one, right? Of a guy who's called anti-psychopath. He's against psychopath. As to like not being in favour. So he's put, just starts it off, predicted 500.33 grams. he can't even see it, right? He unable to see it. It's predicted 500.33 gram weight of a 500 gram calibrated reference weight due to 400 miles travel to the north, resulting in slightly decreased centrifugal force from Earth's spin distance. Observed 500.32 grams. Back at home, 500 grams. Earth spin confirmed. Logic.
Unbelievable.
Logic. Anybody want to try and break that logic down? It's good.
Yeah. complete and utter nonsense.
It's a calibrated reference weight. Changes weight in different places. It's not calibrated. So if you've ever bought a calibrated weights for any scales or anything, I'm taking it that what they do is they find out where you live and then send you the weights calibrated to your position on the packaging, right? So make sure you don't send your weights, your calibrated weights to your mum and dad's house, right? Because it won't be calibrated to where you live, according to this. The weight calibrating place will have a difference of 400 miles. A calibrated weight will be different, according to this guy. And that difference is because of Earth's spin.
Wow.
Centrifugal force difference.
So what you do is you go buy some gold down south and then bring it up north. You can make a killing.
Yeah. Yeah, but what they'll do is they'll recalibrate their weights, won't they? Surely.
Yeah, but it's been calibrated already. Surely it has on the other place, no? The gold?
I don't
With
know.
that
You
scale?
have to have that conversation with them. Like, look, literally, it weighs more, according to this guy, in different places. And that was predicted. He predicted that was going to happen. Now, I would say, how do you know it's not the scales that are changing? How do you know it's the weight of the thing and not something within the scales that does it?
Yeah. You know, we had somebody else that did the same thing, right?
Yeah.
You remember who?
Yeah, that's what I think. I think that might be that might be where these screenshots are coming from, right?
No way.
The source of this guy saying this might just be the guys that you're thinking of. Yeah.
That's exactly where my head went.
Yeah.
But not that. That's that. Yeah. That. Wow.
Bob and
That
Blue
would be
team.
something. Uh-huh. Yep.
Bob and his trip to see Blue.
That's correct,
Yeah.
sir. Yep.
Yeah,
By
I
their
think,
own admission,
or possibly the number one, Wally, the one that Wally's underneath, Wally's guy, Wolfie, because they're the only people that I know of that do this sort of bullshit. Will go around with different weights and say, look, it weighs different, therefore 'tis globe. What do you want? Do you want globe or do you want like spin?
Yeah, you can have both.
Yeah.
And you can have gravity too while you're at it. Because I've heard that as well.
Sideways gravity. Yeah, let's have that. Diverging verticals and the lot. All proved because some guy weighs something and takes a picture of it.
It's a joke at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now I remember when I asked him, I go, are you telling me, Bob, that this weight, now you're actually saying when you waited in South Carolina or wherever it was, and then you came north, it weighed more or less? I'm not sure which one it was. And he said, yes, I couldn't believe it. You actually believe that this solid piece of metal weighs differently from one location to another. It's incredible.
This guy here.
The sum of the internal angles of a triangle is always 180.
And
no
he
more,
didn't
no
think
less.
that it may be because, for example, the air in the north was less humid and less dense, and that would cause this discrepancy, because it may happen. In fact, that if you have a local lower pressure because of humidity, for example. This effect may occur slightly. So I don't see a problem with air pressure, local air pressure difference. But for spinning Earth, I don't know how it could work inside this discrepancy. I don't see that.
What they're going to tell you is each weight, each scale is calibrated to the local gravity. I've heard their fantasies before.
The scale or the weight?
This is where I get him. Because he said the weight, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the weight weighs more. So
Or
the
less.
scales have to be adjusted.
Yeah. To that local, I think they
to
say
turn
the weight.
that weight back to 500.
I don't know how they play it in their heads, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's worth trying to ask somebody though next time. That, I mean, like, it's their argument that, you know, that these.
No, I know what they say.
Yeah.
They say the scales are calibrated.
Yeah, I'm trying to put it out there to the audience, right? They aren't in the position that we are, knowing all of this bullshit, right? So we have to try and break this down to the simplicity of what the guys are saying is there's a weight that specifically weights and measures is like a government department of weights and measures. You have to have standardized weights, measures, distances, all of that, because people will be cheated out of land, people will be cheated out of money, whatever, right? You have to have a standard, otherwise there's a way of tricking people, fooling people, doing people out of money or whatever. Now, what these guys are saying is there's a weight of 500 grams, and these get what they say calibrated. So it's known, it's stamped, it's known as being exact, and they have to keep checking them to make sure that they are exactly the weight that they say they are.
Yeah, like the mass standard they have in France, I believe it is. That's a standard which all other are compared to, so they can't have it. I see. I think I see where you're going at.
Yeah. Well, they're obviously, when it says 500 grams, that's a weight of something. Now, these guys are saying it's only a weight of something in a specific place.
That's exactly what I was telling them. That's where they use mass, the magic word. Yep.
If you put that into the water, it would drastically diminish. So the weight of the object, because the medium water is much dense. So if you would try to measure weight in water instead of air, you would have completely different reading. Of course, if you have a waterproof scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, but nothing changes with the piece of steel that you have right there. That remains the same, right?
Yeah, you have to use try and standardize the conditions, right? So the variable that these guys are saying, the only difference is a distance between the two.
Location.
Yeah.
Yeah. Location. Yeah.
That's all that
medium.
they're saying. Yeah, not that the scales are different, not that the medium's different. They're trying to say just the location. In a location, something will weigh more just because of location.
And I've heard two reasons of this. One is the spin of the mythical sphere. The second is gravity.
Oh, I've never heard the gravity one, but
Oh yeah, they've been saying that forever. With the gold and this and that, and yeah.
what would have been
So you heard of the
interesting is
gravimeter? You heard of the gravimeter that they have?
no.
It's mythical. Well, it's not mythical. It's a machine. They have a vacuum. They drop. I believe it's a sphere of plastic or whatever. I forget what exactly it is, and they measure how fast it drops.
Is that
So-
is that the thing from Star Trek when you reverse the polarity and then it works and you get out of the trap? Or
Yeah, something like that. I guess. Yeah, but I kid you not. There's such a thing. What I'm talking about now. So now they say that is because of how much stuff is underneath you, right? The more matter, the more rock, the more gravity. So yeah.
So if you drop something near mountain, it would curve into this mountain. Will not go straight down, but it should curve.
Well, yeah, they have that special mountain where they can show a plumb bob, not plumb, hung next to it, don't they?
Symmetrical. A symmetrical mountain is what you need.
Yeah.
And flat.
Oh, I don't know
But-
about that. No, it's symmetrical. That's why they chose that mountain in Scotland. Apparently, it's the only symmetrical mountain that they could find.
It's special. Yeah.
It's a special
Only
mountain.
one.
and if they say the Earth is rotating, wouldn't that also affect the weighing of stuff? I mean, let's just assume for a moment. Let's forget that things should start accelerating towards the equator of the ball, right? Because they must. They will all feel an acceleration of, I think it's something like 0.3 millimeters per second square. It's not like, at face value, it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you make it into a function and you try to calculate what the velocity of your thing will be after 60 seconds, after 5 minutes, after 1 hour, I mean, it becomes ridiculous really, really fast. So never heard anyone talking about that one.
Well, they were just talking about it now. We were just talking about the mythical spin is one of the things that they say affects the weight.
Yeah, if the plumb bob is not is not vertical because it gets spun out, right? That would mean that everything feels that force. Everything will start accelerating towards the equator with an acceleration that, I mean, its value cannot just be ignored.
It's a
I'm talking
contradiction.
full numbers here, right? No.
It's a literal
Sorry, go ahead.
contradiction. It's a contradiction.
What do you mean?
You cannot have a plumb bob under any motion because it would then not give a vertical.
Oh, yeah, sure.
It's the only condition that a plumb bob is vertical is when it's static, no motion. So you cannot give it that sort of thing and say it's because of emotion. It's a contradiction.
Let me rephrase that because I want to make an example. Like, yeah, I hear what you're saying I agree, it's a contradiction. So are you guys familiar with an airtable? Have you heard that term before? Hello?
I didn't. So air,
Well, like a
it-
like an air hockey table.
Yes, exactly. Like
Yeah, yeah.
like
I've seen an
like
air hockey table, yeah. The
yeah.
puck.
So it has like it's a level, like usually it's made out of aluminum or aluminium, depending how you pronounce that. And it's made as flat as possible, and then you set that up level, and then it has every now and then it has like holes. So it has a grid made out of holes, and then you get a system where you kind of increase the pressure inside it, like beneath the table. So you get all the time, you get like when you turn it on, you get air squirting out of every hole. So it kind of um, creates like what's colloquially called as an air mat or an air pillow, and it gently lifts the puck, right? So it can like travel frictionless. So that thing alone would absolutely 100% feel and respond to whatever acceleration was there from the alleged spin of the Earth. It would be like it would be completely visible and perceivable like immediately, because the acceleration that the rotating Earth necessitates to exist is of a magnitude that is more than capable of accelerating such a this puck, I think it's called, right? This little toy disc, the one you also use in ice hockey. So it would accelerate it immediately. It would start rushing towards the equator, right? It would do that at once. Yeah, and I've never seen any like some, back in the day when I thought there was a point to it, I tried explaining it to a couple of so-called bowlers, but I mean, 9 out of 10 didn't even get the argument, and one that half got it was trying to, deflect with some bullshit. So
So
Yeah.
that's why all air hockey tables are facing north south, so you don't get an advantage. I'm just joking.
Okay, Neil.
I see.
By the way, this is very old argument. Back in 2016, I saw some YouTube film which was about just text of mechanist's manual, and there are explanations and calculations that describes what happens with outer rim of any object, rotating object, and how you calculate forces, this centrifugal force, and with constant rotation, speed of rotation, or angular speed, what matters is radius of this rim, or distance between center and outer rim. So for Earth, it would be so huge centrifugal force that it cannot exist. Earth would not exist because it would tear apart immediately, because there is no material such strong that could endure this centrifugal force with that radius. So it would be impossible to create Earth. And if they are saying, bowlers, that it was created from liquid Earth because it was liquid, So Earth would never form into existence. It would just splash around the galaxy or whatever. Would never happen to exist. Earth.
Can I comment on that?
Sure.
So I've run across the same thing you're talking about. Paper organist, is that the, am I reading it right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So I
was
ran
talking
across
about
Yeah.
this mechanist's manual. It is, I think, in most mechanists' manuals about how to calculate radius of object, for example, rotating engine to predict endurance of materials.
I mostly wanted to comment on the Earth formation thing. So I was reading up on some stuff, and I found the same thing you more or less said about the Earth, but about stars. So as a reminder, I mean, what stars are in the ball cosmology story. They are huge lumps of gaseous matter, they say, but there's a lot of it. Like they quote it in, several billion metric tons or whatever, and they say that regarding how they first came to be, how the star was born, is the term they use. Actually, they've got the problem that you described, because they're assuming that initially they had a big chunk of gas, but it was kind of diffused in vacuum, if that makes sense. Well, I know it probably doesn't, but
It doesn't.
anyway. So this collapsed under its own weight, they say, and this is where the problem begins, because the
Let me interrupt
rotation.
you for just 1 second.
Yeah.
1 second. Before the collapse, right? How did the gas coalesce? And continue. Go on. It's interesting.
Yeah. Well, let's put a small asterisk on that one. We can return to it, but I'd like to say this one first. So you know that angular momentum is conserved. Have you like the skater, like figure skating? You've seen that? Like, I don't know if anyone does figure skating, but anyhow, when you want to twist, like you keep your arms wide open. So then you slide on the ice and you turn, right? So you turn with a certain frequency. Like, let's say you make 2 turns every second, right? So if you hug your arms, then you twist faster, you spin up. And if you extend your arms again to the sides, then you slow down your spin, right? That's because angular momentum has to be conserved. So when you decrease your size, you will spin up. When you increase your size, you will spin down. If you don't change your weight. So here's the problem now. I'm sorry for the long intro, but here's the problem. They say that when the gas starts collapsing under its own weight, it has to conserve its spin, which means that because it's decreasing in size, it will have to spin up. And they say again that this is a problem because if it spins up, it will not collapse. I'm not saying that. They're
Again,
saying
I have
that.
to interrupt you.
Yeah, sure.
How is it spinning before it coalesces?
Well, the whole, like, they say that this whole diffuse gas package has a very, very slight spin to begin with, because it's unreasonable to assume that it would be completely motionless. So it will have just an ever so slight spin, even if it's like super, like very, 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 very small, like lost in like 10 decimal points or whatever. It's still there, and when it collapses, because it becomes so much smaller in size, again they say, so it becomes smaller by a factor of, again, very many zeros. So the spin becomes important. So the more it diminishes in size, the more it spins up, the faster it spins. So the faster it spins, the more it resists further collapse. So actually they say that they haven't really figured out how it actually forms. And if you want to add to the train wreck, then you can add that once the nuclear reactions start, that they say that they start because of, you know, excessive pressure, then you get one more component that's going to be pushing stuff out. So, right. But anyway, what's the conclusion? Well, the conclusion is, and I noticed this a lot, that they say, oh, well, let's call this one of the unsolved problems of physics, and let's just move on. So what they do is they say that, okay, this is probably how it works. Actually, we'll take it for granted that this is how it works. We're going to print it in books. We're going to teach it in class. We're going to make documentaries with 3D graphics, like showing it. But we will also admit at the same time that we haven't figured it out how it happens. But it must happen because we see the stars. So we'll just call it one of physics' unsolved problems, and a problem that is a challenge for modern physics to solve. Yes, I checked, and then I checked again in case someone wants to ask. This is actually what they say. Like this all comes from official sources, like the most as official as it gets.
Shadow giants, the biggest
shadow giants,
the biggest shadow giants.
Yes, and one of the explanations would be, for example, black holes, because they cannot explain with normal physics, so they have to introduce some new entities, which is going undercut of Occam's razor, of course, but this is no problem for them to create new entities. So they are creating black holes, white holes, anti-gravity, or whatever. So and they are happy. And this guy who invents, for example, anti-gravity or black hole will maybe earn a Nobel Prize or whatever.
Yeah, but that star formation argument, dances, can be killed very, very simply, right? You can kill it right at the root. All you have to do is ask them, this gas of yours, how did it coalesce in a vacuum? And just listen to them sputter.
Yeah. Before I go there, I'd like to also make a comment for Occam's razor. So
you can have a tug of war with a vacuum, apparently.
Sorry?
Tug of war?
Tug of war, yeah, we saw a picture of it earlier.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
how we started.
yeah.
Tug of war with a vacuum.
Show him that. Do you have it ready? That was too funny. That.
Yeah, it was in the chat, wasn't it? That's how we started.
Yeah.
I'll zip back to go and get it.
So this Occam guy, I don't know how you guys heard about him or what you've read about him. What I've read about him is that what he said is actually is actually against the practice that's going on here. You know, it's actually against
Yes.
inventing black holes and
Yes,
anti-gravity.
that's why I brought this. Yes, he
Oh,
said
okay.
that while creating theory,
Yeah.
you are forbidden to create new entities beyond necessity. You can
Yeah.
create
That.
them
Yeah.
only
Yeah.
when you have to.
How I know the quote is that hypotheses should not be multiplied without necessity.
Yes, because of course these new entities are hypothetical. So yes,
Yes.
he was right. Yes, this new entities are hypothetical. Yes. So you are begging the question round and round again. So to explain this new entity, you have to bring another new entity, and you are going into infinite progression. So it will not resolve anything.
And all while at the same time you're making fun of who was it, Ptolemy with the epicycles? One of these guys, I don't remember, one of the ancient astronomers that had the theory of theory. Sorry, he was trying to explain the visual result of the night sky in terms of epicycles. So an epicycle is when you've got a circle and you are rotating it, and then you use a point on that circle as a center for another circle, and you're also rotating that one. And then you put you stick a marker on the second circle, and you get some, nice looking shapes. But anyway, the what was the other question about how did the gas for star formation, what was it? How did the gas come in the
why it does not dissipate immediately into a vacuum?
Yeah, so they say that in the beginning there was nothing, and then it exploded, and then
Wait. Second.
yeah.
They really said nothing exploded?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute.
Cool
Who
story.
are these they that you speak of? You keep saying it a lot. They say. It's not people like Zanuck, is it? Rumpus.
No, I'm afraid not. It's like it's like a narrative, like but it's very 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 carefully and very how can I say this? It's very delicately placed. Like when it's written.
Are you one of those that say it? Are you one of those they?
No, I'm not.
Right. But
No,
anybody hearing it would hear it and consider you as being one of them, right? Because you're the one that they're hearing it from. So you are the one that's saying it. That you become one of they.
Oh, I see what you mean. That I'm reproducing the story, or I'm reciting it. Therefore, yes. Therefore, but I'm not supporting it, right?
I mean, how do you know what's the difference? I think that's the point of the Flat Earth Society is to hide this stuff in a blurry area where there is no certainty. So you'll never know. That's the only certainty, is that you'll never know.
Like my motive is mainly to highlight the way that I've seen the story published, and if possible, trying to call out the parts that don't really make sense, and the way that they could be mistakenly embraced as things that make sense.
Well,
whereas in fact they don't. That's my
what I'm trying to say is that if you go back and listen to it, you've said "they say" many times, and
Yeah.
to my knowledge, I've never heard anybody say it other than people like you saying that they say it. I've never heard the them say it. And I've been trying to get people to have conversations and talk about this sort of stuff. SE's the same. You try and get down to the conversation and they literally won't say it. They're scared to. They can't do. Because they
Yes,
don't
because
know
Yeah.
it.
this is so stupid that
Yeah.
they don't have audacity to publicly say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they
the only
rely
way-
on people, other people, to say that they say it. But once you say they say
Mhm.
this, you become one of those people that say it.
I think that they have messengers or delivery boys,
Mhm.
like so-called popular science journalists. So they, yes, they may say that, and they are appealing to some authorities, maybe some names, but if you would interrogate this, like George Musa, fight the flat Earth, and this is typical example
Yeah.
how scientists would not answer your question, or he would answer in that way that you can think this or that. So he said that gravity is not a force, but you can think and calculate it as a force.
Yeah,
So
I mean that.
what does it tell you?
It tells me that he's full of shit. Actually,
Yeah,
that's what it
yes,
tells me.
yes, correct.
Yeah. I mean, if I could have, if I was able to have a live back and forth with Mooser, I would ask him, "Excuse me, sir, can you please elaborate on what the fuck you mean? Because it doesn't make any sense what you just said." I mean, or rather, I'm kind of scared to, imagine the sense that it could be made, right?
Well, the point is that conversations happen, and the awkward conversations will never happen. The peanut gallery are there for that reason, because it's just a distraction. Most of the time, the people we talk to in these arenas.
I don't know what a peanut gallery is. Sorry. What's a peanut gallery?
The ones that just shout support from the background.
They have their own, let's say, knowledge, or they are just repeating and applauding their masters.
Oh, like the chat trolls, what you call it, like no name accounts and chat trolls.
Cheerleader. Oh, cheerleader.
That's more accurate. Yeah.
Yeah, the ones that throw out you've got the peanut gallery, the cheerleaders, but then you've got the paralogism advisory council, the ones that actually push the bullshit, the confusing things. So you've got people like Rumpus and Zanuck and those sort of people that they're sophists. They just teach people how to have a non-argument and keep people going round and round in circles forever, getting nowhere. And the dude you're talking to is a known liar, and he's a sophist, and he's going to do anything he can to avoid the question. And that's what you dealt with, right? Then you've got the people that actually push these false arguments, like false proofs, like the one I had on chat up before. There's a guy, that anti-psychopath guy, is trying to actually say that an auto level proves Earth curve. Ridiculous statement, but that's a pushing a paralogism, right? He's putting that out there so other people will pick up on it and imagine that's some sort of an argument. That's a different sort of tactic that they have. All of them are just sort of feeding off these shadow giants, the imaginings of something that somebody might have said had they been in an arena where it's completely fabricated. This whole thing's fabricated, isn't it? Fabricated by a group of people in these chat rooms that have made up these arguments.
But they're also like more structured. What's the word? More structured ways of whitewashing this, right? Like, for example, some Netflix documentary or some, it looks more official than YouTube because, I don't know, you pay for it. So somehow this, makes it more valid in someone's idea about what YouTube is and what Netflix is and how they qualify as sources for this and that. And that will be so-called. They will call this a documentary. They will call it a like if you browse the list of natural history, right? Like if I tell you natural history, what would you assume I'm talking about if I said natural history? About the origin of nature, right? Wouldn't that be what natural history implies? But there is a lot of garbage that you're gonna see if you look for natural history. At least that's what I see, and it just looks like made up stories to me. I mean, it's all storytelling and conjecture and no no cowbell. I don't know how else to say it. Like, okay, maybe it's a little bit boring because I don't know, maybe it's just my interest, natural history, but I can't seem to be finding any. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, can you? The stuff from before man. How would you know? Who would be there?
Yeah, exactly.
That's ridiculous. But yeah, I suppose people who can imagine all sorts of things. They can imagine that somebody else knows it. That's a lot of the thing that goes on around here.
Okay, I have to drop off.
All right.
Thank you very much. Is tomorrow normal or not? Because I don't know.
Yeah. Tomorrow's logic day. We'll just go over some logic stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good night.
All right. See ya. Thanks for popping in.
Bye.
Blue Marble from the Peanut Gallery. Comment from the Peanut Gallery states, doesn't Anti-Psychopath know that you already showed us Earth, Biggie, curve at Blackpool with your auto level, Bev? No need to do it again. Nice work, by the way. See, even Blue Marble thinks that when we went there to show what a lying scumbag that guy that may or may not be from Maine was, to say that he could measure something which he obviously can't. Blue Marble thinks that was Earth curve. Well done, Blue. Yeah, we'll go over it again to show you exactly how far you can see. And then you might understand why we put Blackpool Tower in the background. Thank you. Blue Marble Science imagines there's a measured drop on the vertical over that distance. The water over at Blackpool's are lower. It's a different elevation at the water in Southport. That's what Blue Marble's trying to say. Isn't that right, Blue? The plan is coming together. Blue Marble now is going with the words of the great Jesse Kozlowski, the guy that fucked off. And trying to use the words of the guy that may or may not be from Maine. It definitely isn't a surveyor. Him. Might be trying to use him as well. So the guy that's not here and never has been around to explain anything. The guy that said there's a measured drop. Can be measured. A drop in the distance from a horizontal, which is the auto level. That guy that's not around, Blue Marbles, is going for that. Measured on the vertical. Genius. Forget about the tilting vertical. The actual vertical measurement. Blue Marble Science. The guy, the person, the grandpappy, speaking on behalf of the science of the blue marble, no doubt, because it sort of has to. I don't know what he's doing talking about horizontals, though. It's a contradiction, isn't it? Level not being horizontal, even though a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. Hilarious. One of the many contradictions of the globe model. We've got another one here as well. This is another comment that we had. Statement of mine on Twitter. I say, geometry is earth measurement. I don't deny that you can measure the land. I just don't believe in your triangles with extra angles. It's you that doesn't seem to understand the geometry that can be proven. And then, in the great tradition of talking to somebody, they have somebody else reply for them. So it's never a direct one. This guy says, so if Earth was totally destroyed 10 years from now, and Elon Musk, there's a shadow giant for you. A living shadow giant. Plucks you to survive on his spaceship. This guy's been watching too many films. You're saying that Euclidean geometry would cease to exist with no Earth to measure. Yeah. Do you think of that?
What is a spaceship?
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk is a spaceship?
Elon Musk plucks you to survive on his spaceship. Elon Musk's got a spaceship. And it's a
So
sort
my
of,
question is,
it's a test, isn't it? It's a mind test. Would Euclidean geometry cease to exist with no Earth to measure? Because it's a serious question to him. You don't pose questions like this unless you're pondering them yourself, right? You're asking other people to get them. So what do you reckon? Grab Thar's hammer. Real Ace
To-
Fox 1.
to me, it sounds like a tactic to reinsert into the story and into the public forum the ideas of Elon Musk, the ideas of spaceships, the ideas of other Earths, and that you can go there and that kind of crap.
Don't know. I see that as fantasy. I just see a guy struggling to understand. Because geometry is named Earth measurement, he can't see the relationship of the links to reality and measuring the Earth within geometry. He thinks that because he's linked Earth measurement to Big E, so prevalent is it in his mind, Big E's taken over again. And he thinks if that Earth in a space scenario were to blow up, would that mean the end of geometry? I see it as a guy scrambling. His mind's fragmented. He's trying to put it back together again. Can't see the link between geometry and the point and the straight line. That's how we measure stuff in reality. It might just as easily be reality measurement. But the geometry is the idea of it is conceptual. But actually measuring it in reality, where you do that, you do it on the land, because that's normally what they were doing, dividing land up into different bits, building walls. So linked as he linked Big E to that, not the actual land measurement. But what a question. Shows you where his mind is. He's gone to some reality that he's seen on TV. Exploding Earths. Spaceships. In order to foment a question that he wants to get out. Euclidean geometry, obviously, is just the geometry of nature. Fibonacci, seed of life. It's all there in reality. I sort of feel sorry for him, but then I remember that they've been chasing me and they've been talking all of this really weird stuff to me for years. Strange group of people that they have. Which is why we give them their chance. I mean, yeah, the ones that I know off Twitter, these are the guys that push the paralogisms. They're in their own little group, and these are hardcore. But even these guys don't say that weird stuff. They'd never go there. These are like low level, just meant to tie you up, I'm sure. Model affliction gets us all, even for those of us that are just trying to talk about reality. These guys have got the model in their mind, and they can't drop it. And they want to inject it into every conversation. Even when you're just trying to get the basics established. And we're found you can't do that. You get stuck on a straight line. So I can't see why it's worth saying that they say stuff. That really annoys me, that. I've never heard anybody say that stuff, because I would get that. I mean, I've heard ridiculous people say, like Rumpus and Brenda. I've heard a lot of people say some really weird stuff, but they're not the people that I don't think anybody should be taken as any sort of authority, although a lot of people in this arena do. I'm not saying anybody should be taking me as an authority either. Just be able to have the ability to judge for yourself what you're hearing. Check it. Mainly, go with AirPod. Hey, one of the best fucking things I think I've ever got. That I love it. Just be calm and let Logos take it. But yeah, you see, I've been searching for who are the actual guys, the ones that are pushing this stuff. Been asking for the Globe Council to hear, who are the pack. Let's have a discussion, and then I can find out what's going on, because we've come into this arena, and we have found our own proofs, and I can hand that out. I can improve my rhetoric and my skill as an orator to be able to explain all of the tests and as much as I possibly can of the advanced simplicity, the entire method of what we seem to be doing, and maybe that might be the key, Buster, to try and go there with this, with the music link. Hit advanced simplicity. I'm trying to think of the best way that we can combine the two and make it as simple to see as possible.
Did you say you seek an audience with a Globe Council?
I've been trying to find out who is there, and there isn't one. They're all fragmented. They're all of their own mind. They all are the globe, the head globe, because everyone has their own globe model. You make it up yourself. It doesn't exist, right? The globe, it cannot exist. So it's completely made up by the individual. So there is no consensus. They never meet and go, right, guys, let's get this sorted. So, and because you can't. Everyone has contradictory ideas, and everybody knows that everybody else does have contradictory ideas because they hear people with contradictory thoughts all the time, and they have to agree with them because that's part of Globe. They find a way to live with the contradictions. And I'm not talking about it, ECB. They have an agreement to not talk about it amongst themselves. That's why they need these flat earthers. And when there isn't flat earthers around, they'll make them flat earth society guys. When it looks like people are losing heart, they'll put in. Looks like a fish tank, Rob. Is that a fire?
Yeah, I forgot the fireplace picture.
Nice.
You can see the flames in there too.
Mm.
It's gone. My shop's empty. It's a great day.
Yeah.
I love it when they pick them up.
How long have you been working on that one then?
No, I only had that one for a week.
All right.
It was just a quick little fixer upper, a few things. Batteries have been sitting for years, so he's happy. He's gonna go park it for another couple years.
Did you make this? Did you make this car?
That was a bare bones work van when he brought it to me. Just an empty van. I turned it into his home away from home.
Pimp my ride, Rob, we call him.
Pimp my ride ain't got shit on me. I'd
Yeah.
be way cooler.
Yeah, pimp my ride and got shit on you indeed. I mean, wow. Good job, man.
Yeah. Nice.
Too bad we couldn't listen to it together. It sounds fantastic.
Sweet.
An aquarium.
No,
Is
it's
that
a
an
fire.
aquarium?
It's a fire.
No, that's the fireplace to keep them warm. That way you don't have to run the car to keep heat inside. You just plug it into the wall. We thought of everything.
And these are loudspeakers, right?
Yeah, there's actually 5 of them. There's a hidden one in the front too. It shakes the block.
It probably shakes the building next to where the car is parked.
Oh yeah, definitely. When I have cars in my shop and I play the stereo, the store down at the end, like 3 stores down, their shit falls off the wall. But thanks for letting me show off here, Bev.
Yeah, no problem. It looks sweet.
Yeah, I wish it was mine to keep and just drive home. But he's a good customer of mine, so he comes by once in a while and I just sit there and bump it for a little while. It's nothing like a full internal body massage. When you got subwoofers that loud, it just shakes your whole brain.
Sound therapy.
That's the whole reason I got into this business. Sound therapy.
Just talking to him on Twitter. Their claims of the. Did you see the guy that's making claims about the auto level?
So why don't they call it an auto horizontal?
Well, it just establishes a horizontal. So that's one of the big contradictions.
Yeah, that's what gets the Globers stuck in their head. Like it's not horizontal, it's level.
But an auto level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. Like that's got to be a contradiction.
Yeah, in their minds, because horizontals are a straight line, but level is not. They're all whacked out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a contradiction, but this guy says, it says, on a round Earth, you see the horizon drop, capital letters, below a reliable eye. Oh, a reliable eye level reference. As soon as you get any significant altitude / distance.
But when he said round, he meant spherical, right?
No.
But he's just said round.
No, they just say round. Yeah, to them it's the same thing.
To them, round is a sphere. Round is not a flat circle. But a flat circle can be round.
It's a paralogism, isn't it? Because it can get you into that conversation about the word, the terms, and then you never have to address the issue. You're always addressing the terms. It's a defense mechanism of the paralogist. Low level, right? He's been given these paralogisms, and this is a defense mechanism. ECV form of, by using within words terms. But he says you see the horizon drop. What do you mean it drop? I don't see it drop. You see it where it is. I think that's another one of those vacuous terms, vacuous statements. Doesn't mean anything. You see the horizon drop below a reliable eye level reference. Well, you're above it. You're above the land. You're above the horizon. It's going to be below. That's a statement of truth, fact. And then it says, as soon as you get to any significant altitude, go up. Yeah, the further you go up, the more distance there is, you're going up. And then, distance. Go on.
I just wanted to ask you real quick. So right now, am I at a significant altitude?
Don't know.
Is my altitude significant enough right now?
It's a vacuous term again, isn't it? It doesn't mean anything except what it means in this guy's head. Significant to whom? But he says that a significant altitude, which is a significant height, altitude is not elevation. Right? Altitude is airborne, above the surface. So you've got to get to a significant altitude, i.e. plane, or distance. Well, as we showed, or have shown quite a few times, there's only a working distance to these tools. You can't go beyond that and imagine to measure something without a measuring rod in it. You can always do a blue marble science and imagine that objects in the distance are your measuring rods. I think they were going to do a test about something, about putting big boards on Blackpool Tower. Turning Blackpool Tower into a big measuring stick. Like a big ruler. They call it Blackpool Ruler. The great ruler of blue marble science. Turning Blackpool Tower into a ruler. And then going down to Southport. Getting an auto level. Looking through it with a camera. On Discord. We could do it live on Discord. I think that was one of the plans. And then it says,
I'm not.
Go on.
I'm not exactly sure what. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I didn't understand the. Like, is he claiming that he's got a new method for measuring? I mean, I don't get it.
Yeah, apparently you just get an auto level. We'll go through it. This is anti-psychopath and blue. It's fully backed by Blue Marble Science, the head of Blue Marble Science, the science department of the Blue Marble. You may have heard of the Blue Marble. Well, Blue Marble Science is the leader of said scientific group. Look, there he is. Straight in the chat. As soon as you mention him, poof, there he is.
Oh, wait, let me look at the chat. I wasn't
YouTube.
looking there.
Yeah. He's doing a ruler, a measure. I think the great, can you remember Ranty? One of the optics
yes,
geniuses. The guy that wrote the book of optics.
The one
ever seen.
That was a globe. He became a flat earther and he became a globe earther. But what he was actually doing was he was.
I think you might.
He was say again.
I don't know. I think your mic sounds like it's going. Can I get a check from somebody else that it's not me? Or was that?
Oh,
me?
Mic check. I can hear you.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Your mic was clipping a little bit. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check.
Yeah, you sound okay there, Rob. I think you might have got.
You sound.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
So I all I've seen from this Ranty character is that he was hosting some YouTube show. That's it. Lots of blah 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 all the time.
Hang on. So you're telling me you haven't seen Slanty Rat Earth? That almost deserves a new play. Oh man, that takes me back. That was one of the funniest videos you ever did, Dev.
I haven't been like I haven't been paying much attention to that. I mean, I at first, like back in the day, I turned to like YouTube, to see what's up with that. And I mean, it was pretty obvious that there was a lot of nonsense there. So
well, yeah, but what you're missing then, right, is supposedly they set up this big play, right? Because that's what the Flat Earth Society do. They all make stuff up, and this one was the fact that Ruhif needed to sell his opposite side angle in order for them to push this, because
opposite side angle. Do you mean this zenith angle stuff that they keep on yapping about?
no, this is Ruhif's opposite side angle. I'll explain it, right? In order for them to get, Jesse Kozlowski said that the level drops from horizontal over distance, and then, oh yes, it's measurable, right? So there is a measurable drop. This is from Jesse Kozlowski's, right? He says of the water level over distance from the horizontal. So that's the
there is a measurable drop of a level
of a water level. Yep, from horizontal. Right?
All right.
So that's what they've got to have, right? That's what mathematics states. That's what geometry states, right? You can't have straight lines on a ball. So there has to be a drop from the straight line. And since horizontal is a plane, and Jesse Kozlowski's the pretend surveyor, he's the one that has to go with the globe narrative to say that level drops from the horizontal, right? So now they've got to have a measurement of something that's impossible to get. But they've still got to have it, right? Because this is the great globe. Globe. They're all chanting, right? How with Jesse's, and Jesse's gone, fuck that, I'm off. So Jesse's gone, and then they make a new guy, right? The guy that may or may not live in Maine. And he decides to do verticals, right? Whilst in the background, you've got Ruhif doing this thing. Now, in the play that Ruhif has for the opposite side angle, he has to find some way to push it, but it's fucking ridiculous at the heart of it. So
sorry. Ruhif is this some guy? I think he's got like a South African accent, and he's popping every now and then, and he's trying to sound cool and serious. Is that him?
He's Australian.
Australian.
Yeah, he likes to push the fact that he's a millionaire or something. He's got a lot of money. Like he hands this. He's the guy that helped Steve McRae get the non sequitur show. He started that cut thing. But besides the side, right? Ruhif's pushing his auto level proof of drop of stuff, but what he's saying is there's a measurable bit, right? That measurable bit is over there, isn't it? That's where it's measurable, but the angle is only measurable at the instrument.
You said it's over there. Over where?
Well, there. Like, that's where the measurement's made. Well, in an auto level, you know how it works. You measure a measuring rod over there, right? It's in the distance, isn't it? It's like you're at the instrument, and the measurement is being made over there.
That's actually I've seen one that is not to veer off topic. I don't know a lot about those machines, but I have seen one at operation, and there was only one man operating it. It was a very expensive one, because what he was doing, he was carrying the rod with him. He was alone. He was not in a team. He was measuring something on the road under a very small bridge, and I was just walking by, and I could hear the auto level like going beep beep beep, and it was tracking him. But the whole thing was not. I mean, he never moved more than, I don't know, 30 yards from
Yeah.
the machine.
That's
Sorry to
an
interrupt.
auto level, right? You're measuring a height of the land above, right? That's
Yes.
literally, you're just
Correct.
measuring differential of those horizontal planes. And
That's exactly what he looked like he was doing. Yes.
Okay, so
yes.
not an angle, right? But now
No.
what you have to do
No.
is you have to get in the mind of get in the mind of a scientist, right? A scientist, but not the usual scientist, because what we're dealing in here is geometry, right? So this is a special type of scientist that gets involved with fucking about with geometry.
Special kind of
sophisticated,
okay,
sophisticated scientific geometry we're going to do now of the blue
Yeah,
marble type.
Should I change into a white gone real quick, or am I good
It's okay.
to go?
We can just conceptualize it, right? So
Should I? Okay.
Ruhif's game is to sell that side of a triangle. Now you've only got one angle, the angle at the instrument. So let's turn the instrument from an auto level into a theodolite, measuring an angle. Right? And that angle is measured at the device.
So sorry, you lost me a little bit. So we forget about the auto level now.
Yep.
We just toss it into the garbage. We go back to our car. We open the trunk. We take our theodolite out.
No, you just shift it straight away. Like, think they're the same thing, because you can in this sophisticated science that we're dealing with. You can just pretend that they're the same, but they're not. There's an angle. Like Ruhif likes to think that you can use an auto level for measuring angles. He literally does that. He thinks you can do that, right? So that's part of it.
So this is like when I want to measure, like when I do some sketches, and let's say I want to do a rough sketch of my garden, but I want it to be kind of accurate, right? So I will measure an angle on the ground, and then I want to pass this on a piece of paper. So I'm going to use a protractor, to roughly get the angle right. Okay. And now I want to draw a straight line, but because I don't know where my ruler is, I'll just use the straight edge of the protractor as a straight edge. Is that what we're doing here?
No. No, what we're doing here is we're looking out of a tool with the optics into the distance. Right? And I don't know whether you're keeping an eye of the stuff I'm putting in the chat from Blue Marble.
No, I'm not.
Blue Marble's jumping the gun, and I think you're jumping the gun as well. Let me tell me story.
Okay, sorry.
Right? Ruhif is trying to sell the opposite side angle. And he can't really do it because it's all ingrained in this imaginometry. So what you have to sell is, step one, is that you can measure an angle with an auto level. Which is, it's impossible, you can't. But that's what you have to be able to sell. And you have to make people be able to think that because you can imagine that it does measure an angle, you can imagine it's like a theodolite measuring an angle. But here's the problem. If you are measuring an angle, where are you measuring an angle from? The drop from the horizon or the rise from the horizon? Which is your governing angle that you're trying to measure in the distance, right? Now, step two is the understanding of geometry, and we know very well that you can do fuck all with an angle, right? It means nothing. It's just an angle. It's a number, a portion, a division of one line, the inclination of one straight line to another. That's an angle. And you can do fuck all with that one angle. A statement of geometric fact. But Ruhif and Jesse Kozlowski have to be able to sell this measurement in the distance, right, as a drop or a rise, just some sort of confusion of a measurement in between level and horizontal. That's what you have to be able to imagine. Right now, in order to be able to imagine this, you have to sell the opposite side angle. And that is the opposite of the triangle, the opposite side to the angle. If it was a right angle, it would be called the hypotenuse. But since we're just talking about any old angle, and we know you can do fuck all with that angle, Ruhif's trying to magic the opposite side being divisible, like literally through this new globe, blue marble science, sophisticated geometry. He's doing it. Now, in order to sell that, what he needs is some idiot to put a ruler on a picture. Because the moment you do, you can visualize the opposite side angle, a measurement device. Do you get it?
Yeah, but there's many idiots that I mean, he's lucky in that regard, because I've seen many idiots do that, putting rulers in yeah, I mean, the Discord is full of them.
Yeah. So there has to be like a calibration. Yeah, there has to be a calibration, and there's obviously a distance that you can do this. So people like Blue Marble Science in the chat is going crazy. Have fallen for this opposite side angle measurement thing to be able to imagine that you can do this sort of stuff. And Ruhif sold it to him without him actually doing it. So Ranty swapped from one side to the other with some sort of bullshit about a picture. Right? Imagine they find a picture on the internet of Blackpool Tower with the mountains in the background, and Ranty manages to sell, or Ruhif and Ranty sell this scenario where Ranty flips from being the Flat Earth Society into the Flat Earth Society, right? So he moves, but they make a big play about it, and Ranty sort of convinces everybody that the mountains have dropped in the distance because there's some measurable thing by putting a ruler on a picture. So then a bit after that, we go to Southport to do a sight test to show everyone exactly what happens and what distances you can see. We just happen to have Blackpool Tower in the background, and they've fallen for this thing by Ruhif. So much so that they've imagined that they don't have to see what we went there for to show them that their guy from Maine and all of that is a lying bullshitter. And they've gone with the paralogism of Ruhif, and they're still going with it. There's a drop of Blackpool in the distance, according to Blue Marble Science. The elevations of Blackpool Tower, Blue Marble thinks, it's higher. He thinks there's a drop. Blackpool Tower's lower.
But I mean,
Blackpool.
Why wouldn't it be lower? I don't get it. I mean, visually lower, right? That's what we're talking about, correct?
The crosshairs.
Yes, to crosshairs.
You should be looking at the measuring rod. Right?
But instead you're looking at some distant mountain. right?
When we went to Blackpool to get the thing, we went to show everyone how far you can see and read the measuring rod, right? Just to do
Okay.
that. Now, all of the Blue Marble sophisticated science team didn't bother looking at the measuring rod. They didn't see it. They were blinded to the actual reality. What they were doing was they were fixated on Blackpool Tower in the distance. And they said, look, it's lower, it's dropped.
So to reiterate this, so the rod is something that you observe through the auto level. Did I get this right?
Sorry?
So the rod
Yeah.
that measures the elevation is something that you sight through the auto level. Is that correct?
Yeah. It's a vital part of the... So you have the auto level, right? You have the tripod to make sure the auto level is secure, fixed, and will not move. And then you have the measuring rod. They're the three vital components of surveying.
Yeah,
and
that's
obviously,
what
and
I was
somebody
about.
to record the numbers as well, right? Somebody to look.
Yeah, which in modern day, I guess, with expensive auto levels like the one I walked by the other day, can be done by a computer. But that's where I'm getting with this. Like, it's not just the auto level, but it's the auto level, the measuring rod, and the recording of the sighting numbers. This is the method. Those are the three things that are the necessary elements for this method, for the surveying method, correct?
Yeah. For
You can't
differential
just
leveling.
okay, so could I just skip one of those three and then go and perform differential leveling? Can I do that?
No.
So what if I make my own measuring rod?
What if you make your own?
Yes.
Why would you do that? How would you do that?
Yeah, well, I'm not exactly sure what a measuring rod is made of, or how it's manufactured. But so this guy is saying that instead of using a measuring rod, I'm going to use a mountain. Is that what he's saying?
Have you seen any of the Bev?
That was
Sorry?
what Ranty flipped on with the mountain. Are you reading in the chat or looking at Blue Marble Science?
Wait.
Going mental with Wise Wally, the number 2 of the Wolf Pack.
So Blue Marble Science.
Paralogism Advisory Council.
Lol, the measuring rod is so essential that it doesn't even come with the auto level. You usually have to buy it separately if you want one. So he's claiming that the measuring rod is not essential.
Blue Marble's he's full of paralogisms. He's not got a clue. It's his. Don't forget, right? This isn't reality. We're not dealing with normal geometry. We're not dealing with any normal sort of everyday standard practices at all. This is Blue Marble science that we're having to do here. I've told you exactly what the story is and the sell and how they've managed to sell it. Now, right now, in the chat, you can see this in real time. This doesn't get any fresher than this. Blue Marble is making a video right now. He's queuing up something that he's going to have to make up. He's literally writing Blue Marble Science real time. Him and Wally.
So if those two guys, if they wanna do surveying, and instead of, as they claim, instead of using a measuring
just a
rod.
minute, just a minute, Dances. Can you see what Blue Marble's writing in the chat? He's saying, are you really asking how you would make a measuring rod, Bev? No,
Yes,
Blue, that
yes.
wasn't me.
No, that was
He's Blue
that was
Marble
me.
is thinking anybody that says anything in here, it's me. Blue Marble is transfixed on me. That wasn't me that said that, Blue. It's you and Wally that are saying about strapping measuring rods to Blackpool Tower, not me.
Yeah, so no, Blue Marble guy, it was not Bev that asked this. It was me that asked it. And right now what I want to ask is that, so if you're saying that you are not going to use a measuring rod, and instead of the measuring rod, you're going to use a mountain to of known height.
No, he's saying he's going to use Blackpool Tower.
Blackpool Tower.
He's
Okay,
Blue
sure.
Marble is using Blackpool Tower. He's using the video that when we went, me and my sons went to Southport to do an optics test to show people exactly how far you can see the measuring rod. What Blue Marble is doing is ignoring any of that stuff, and he is looking at Blackpool Tower in the distance and saying it drops.
All right.
He's saying Blackpool is lower over there.
Okay, so I got a question for him then. So if you Blue Marble, if you want to do surveying and instead of the measuring rod, you are going to use Blackpool Tower, right? So how are you going to measure elevation? Are you going to pluck out Blackpool Tower and plonk it back down to the ground where you want to measure elevation from? Because, I mean, using a measuring rod is more convenient because you can actually carry it with you. And you can plonk it down on the ground where you want to measure elevation. And then you got your colleague or your expensive machine, I don't know, and it does the measurement. So how are you going to do that part using a fixed structure? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense.
ECV. What they're trying to do is they're trying to get you or me to say it. The shit that they can't say. The shit that made Jesse Kozlowski fuck off.
To say what? I don't get it. Honestly.
Let me see if I can find the clip for you. Mm-hmm. You know about the if the water forms a plane, then there can be no globe.
Of course.
Right, so this is I'm gonna play it now for everyone.
Okay.
It's in the live chat. You guys won't be able to hear it. You'll have to click on it for yourself.
The level
can I but I can hear it in YouTube, right?
Well, yeah, but you just talked all over it, so we'll go again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna click it.
The level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
There we go. The level surface says Jesse Kozlowski, drops away from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the... It's a quadratic. It's impossible mathematics. Jesse should know that if he's being a surveyor. If he's trying to pretend he's a surveyor, he should have known that. And then ever since Jesse Kozlowski said that, he's had to disappear because he can't back it up. And the team have been frantically trying to get around that for quite a while.
So I got a question for the team then. I'm guessing you mean Blue Marble Science, and what's the other guy? We'll find Wally or...
Yeah. Where's Wally?
Yeah, that one. So how do you get around that? Dear Blue Marble Science and...
They're doing it. No, Blue Marble. Blue is the next guy. Since Jesse and all of those guys have disappeared, Blue Marble's taken over the helm. He's the next authority. He is literally the head scientist. The head one, right? I mean, how could you call yourself Blue Marble Science and not be the guy? Right? You've literally got the head of the science department.
The hell, yeah. But now this Wally character is asking...
He's the number two. He's the number 2 of the wolf pack.
Why does the plane of the water curve away when going over towards Blackpool Tower? So he's validating what this disappeared guy said, right?
Well, do you know where Blackpool is from Southport?
No, I do not.
Let me see if we can get that.
But he's asserting that it curves, but it doesn't curve. I mean, where did he see it curve? Where did he see a curve? I don't get that.
Right, here we go. I'll get a picture of it. Right, there you go. So that's in the UK, and you see Blackpool Pleasure Beach is there, and Southport's on the other side. So you've got like an estuary. There's a ribble where boats can go up, in between there, and that's about 13 miles, 10 miles from Southport Beach to Blackpool Tower.
Okay.
So that's all you're doing. You're looking about 13 miles across water. But the tide goes out quite a lot. But obviously, because there's an estuary there, boats can still go in and out. There's always a stretch of water there, even when the tide does go out. And we have some of the biggest tides around. We have, I think, about 9-10 meter tide from high to low.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
that's quite a lot.
Yeah. So he's looking out from Southport over to Blackpool and seeing Blackpool Tower in the distance, but he's not looking at the measuring rods that is the same distance. What he should be looking at is to see what he can see through the measuring rod. That's why we went there, to show people. We just went with a backdrop, and we just happened to, why not? Why not give people something to look at in the, in the scenery, to show people that we can do that. Blue Marble's thinking I've missed it. Sorry, Blue. I'm doing a live show here, explaining some stuff. I can't be reading the text chat trolls spamming their stuff about the parallelisms all day. So yeah, we were doing a test of over 500 meters, but Blue Marble's looking 13 miles in the distance. I don't know why.
What's the typical size of a measuring rod?
They go to 5 meters high.
Okay.
Extendable, right? In meter sections.
And do you need to hold this thing vertically?
Yeah, there's a little thing you put in the back of it to make sure it's held vertically. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the only way, have you ever seen the stadia hairs of an auto level? There's a center hair, and then there's one at the top and one at the bottom. Well, they're called
on the reticule, you mean?
Yeah, there's the straight horizontal one right in the center, and then there's the little ones above and below. They're on gun sights. They're called stadia hairs.
Yes.
Right. Well, they're for range finding, stadiometric range finding. They're at a particular ratio, so you know how far away something is by you reading the distance, right? And it's based on Euclidean geometry, Euclidean geometric principles of an isosceles triangle.
Yeah.
Right? It's always in proportion, the base from the distance.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, so by measuring one, you can tell the other, but it relies on the fact that all of the bases are parallel. Has to be vertical. That's the way stadiometric range finding would work. It wouldn't work if the verticals weren't all the same vertical. They have to be parallel.
Of course.
Right.
Otherwise you wouldn't be able to do the trigonometry, because you would not be sighting your rod at a vertical position, right?
Yeah. So in Blue Marble's mistaken stuff, right, what he's done is we've gone to Blackpool, right, and we've been there with the measuring rod to show people how far you can see. Well, Blue Marble has completely ignored that. He's then looked at Blackpool Tower in the distance, and he's done some sort of stadiometric calculations for something 13 miles away. And he's come back with a thing that makes me, the guy in the thing, about 600 foot tall or something, 300 foot tall. I can't remember how far it was. How big did you make me, Blue? And then he put the bottom of the stadia hair like 200 feet below sea level. It's great the way he did it. It's like completely fabricated some sort of new globe science, Blue Marble science surveying techniques, sophisticated surveying.
I didn't see your video, but I'm interested. So how far could you sight the measuring rod?
Well, you'll have to ask everybody else, right? What we do is we go to the place, set the auto level up, put a camera, a cell phone on the auto level. That's why we're called on the level, right? We put the camera on the level and then we stream that into Discord. So you, as the Discord member, can look at the screen and see exactly what you'd be able to see through the auto level. I'm the guy with the measuring rod that you're reading. So it's up to you to do. You get the chance to be the surveyor. In fact, you get a better view, I think, than a surveyor would ever have, because a surveyor would just look through the camera. You get a big fucking, if you've got a 52-inch TV, you get the picture like that. You get a big, huge picture, and you can zoom in on it. A surveyor out in the real world wouldn't be able to do. But you can see that there is a range that you can see. I mean, guys will tell you. When I personally did it with my eye, I reckon that I could probably get within about 3 mil at 100 meters. To keep it, maybe a bit more than that. But, you know, to keep it within an actual range, you want to be around 50 meters. Maybe even a bit less. To keep it within being able to measure 1 millimeter, which is what you should be after for first order measurements. You want to be to the millimeter.
Can I ask you what's so that's on your channel, I hope? Is it can I ask for the title of the video so I can search for it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't
Maybe
know.
Black.
Oh, it might have been on Earth Awakenings, that one. Because we did go over there, and if I'm out in the field, then I can't record it, and I don't know whether.
Oh yeah. So it was so you're saying you recorded it live, but it's not on your channel, probably. Is that?
I don't know. I wouldn't have been able to record it live because I was out there in Southport. My recording stuff is here in the house, so I would never be able to do that. I think.
But you broadcasted on Discord, correct?
Yeah, it was on Earth Awakenings. So
okay.
It will be out there on Earth Awakenings YouTube channel, I think. I think that's where Blue Marble got it from. And Chaiki.
So after like 50 meters or so, then it became, I'm guessing, well, practically really hard to be able to get this millimeter accuracy that you mentioned, right? I mean, you could still see the rod, but yeah, you wouldn't use it for you wouldn't have the millimeter accuracy. Did I get this right?
Yeah, but the idea of us in that particular test was to show that you cannot measure 1 arc second of over 1,500 yards, which is about 500 meters. So we went out there to show people what they could actually see over 500 meters.
Yeah, the guy that may or not be from Maine.
Yeah.
If you watch his videos, he has like written down recordings of a difference between of 1 arc second, some of his readings. And that's, but we were started questioning. We were like, well, what's 1 arc second over 1,500 feet? And that's why Bev went out and he was like, let's just see if we can see that. And you couldn't.
Yeah. You can't see it to record an angle measurement of it if you can't see it. Yet somebody has claimed that they can. It's all right. Blue Marble's going to do a video about exactly what he's talking about. I haven't even seen what you're talking about, Blue. I haven't got a chance to talk about any of it. But anytime you want to address it, you do your video, Blue, about what you reckon about the drop in the distance. I'll go over this stuff. Dances has kept me talking. I didn't get a chance to go over all of your stuff. Maybe you're not the centre of attention around here, Blue. See you later.
Well, sorry about that, but I didn't. I mean, I don't know that much, to be honest, about the the instrumentation and all that. But the gist of what I got is that you cannot really hope to get an accuracy of 1 millimeter, which would correspond to what was it, an arc second? Did you say?
That's what was claimed by their top guys that aren't around anymore. They've gone.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be possible. No. And I don't think you can use buildings for measuring rods either.
You don't do the use the backdrop, right? If you're going out there and you're doing surveying, right, you don't start not looking at the measuring rod. There's no point. Yeah. And if the idea is to show you what you can see over a distance, then you certainly don't look 13 miles past that to go, oh, well, we could do some measurements over here. If you can't actually read the fucking measuring rod that's fucking 500 meters away. Which is what Blue Marble's doing. The science, the science team, the sophisticated science team. I like that. Sounds good, doesn't it?
Like sophisticated
science with Blue Marble.
I mean, if I wanted to hire a surveyor to accurately, map out my yard over here, and let's just say the surveyor lives across town. They live like, I don't know, 15 kilometers away, right? So then the surveyor says, okay, cool, Monday morning, I'm going to do it. And I'm like, okay. And then Monday morning comes and the surveyor doesn't show up. And then Monday noon, surveyor calls me and said, it's okay, I did it. And I'm like, okay, how did you do it? I mean, you never showed up. And surveyor is like, oh, it's all cool. I did it from over here. I did it from my place, which is 15 kilometers away from your place. I don't think I would pay them.
Well, measuring elevations, right? This is particular to this science, this new sophisticated science, and the sophisticated geometric new methods. They're literally, it's groundbreaking stuff. You've never seen anything like this before. And I think they're just jealous, really. Because that spot that we did that from was where we filmed the Fata Morganas. We've been out there many times. That's where we went under the horizon. Which we'll do again. We've done loads of good stuff out there with the auto level. Do you reckon to that, getting under the horizon?
Never did get a very good explanation of that.
Yeah.
How does one get under the horizon?
Yeah, how do you walk away towards the water and get your head under the true horizon? How's that possible? These are the ECVs, right? This is the existential cognitive veiling. They can't address these issues and they can't address the actual footage to show them that their guy's lying his tits off. Right? He's had to disappear from the arena because he can't justify what he said. And he's now left it in the hands of all of the other people, the paralogists, to make up some shit. Most of them hang about in our chats trying to convince people, mainly trying to convince themselves, really. They're just pushing their own paralogisms on each other. It's a stupid idea, but the outcome is that Blackpool, 13 miles in the distance, is lower, measurably, on the vertical. And everybody knows what a measurable change of the vertical is called. It's on the vertical datum. All of measurements on the vertical are classed as measurements on the vertical datum. You know what the vertical datum's called? It's the elevations.
Height?
Yeah, it's the elevation. So Blue Marble's saying that the seaside from Southport to Blackpool is lower than it is at Southport. Yeah, there you go, Mike. Why does the plane of the plane of the water, contradiction, curve away? Why does the plane of the water curve away? Hello, Wally. Impossibilities built into Wally's statement, yet passed off. He can't see it. Wally cannot see the contradictions in his own words.
This is the same guy that posted a meme saying one person's vertical can be another person's horizontal.
Yeah.
This be true. I mean, that was his. This is who we're talking about.
Yeah.
Anything's possible.
This is one of the head paralogists. Now, this is an exploded mind let loose within the heart of Blue Marble science.
And he's saying that the plane curves.
Yeah.
Am I reading this right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's
It's
within
like
the midst of a question.
Like, why is the Bachelor married? I mean, I honestly don't get it.
It's a contradiction. Yeah, these are wrecked minds. These are literally exploded minds. Wally is one of the worst, and he is one of the biggest paralogism pushers. I mean, there other people will be thinking, well, that's a good one. He's confused loads of people with that question. If you answer that question, you are agreeing to an impossible statement. Just by the fact of you answering it. You are going along with Wally's paralogisms.
I can't really, acknowledge this as a question. Why does the plane curve? Well, what do you mean, Wally? Planes don't curve. They are planes, right? They're planar.
But they do imagine there's a drop. Right? Blackpool's lower. It drops one way. Surely that would mean from Blackpool, Southport would be higher. Oh no. Oh no. From Blackpool, Southport will also be lower. They're stuck in this world of confusion, contradictions, paradoxes. But these paradoxes have to exist.
Without being Captain Obvious here, when they say drop, Wally, this is a question to Wally. But feel free, whoever wants to, comment on it. I mean, when you say drop, do you refer to the fact that when you gain distance on a physical object, then it visually becomes smaller to you, the observer of said physical object? Is that what you mean, drop?
No, they mean measurable on the vertical.
Measurable on the vertical.
Measurable, because Jesse Kozlowski said that they can. Oh yeah, you can measure it. He did. The drop from level from horizontal, the drop of level from horizontal, that's what they imagine is going on here.
All right, so excuse me again, but like when you're laying down train tracks, right? So you use like planks, and then you put a plank after a plank after a plank, and then you lay down the rail, you bolt it on the planks, right? So you use planks that have equal length. That's the kind of planks you use. Okay. So now,
Keep it on the simple paradox.
Sorry?
Keep it on the simple paradox. Blue Marble and Wally are pointing out to you. I don't know whether you're seeing this or not, but they imagine there's a drop of Blackpool from Southport. Literally a measurable drop. But then when you go to Blackpool and look back at Southport, it's not higher.
Yeah.
It's lower.
No.
It's an infinite drop.
Yeah. Yes, correct.
That's a paradox.
I mean, is there even a point to move on with my example of the rail track, or is that not necessary?
Well,
because
look at what Blue Marble's writing.
He says, Blue Marble. So this isn't a paradox, Bev. It's your inability to understand simple geometry! Exclamation point.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if you've got Blue Marble science guy, if you've got if you're sitting on the middle of this railroad track, right? So you're looking at the distance and you're seeing the planks get smaller and smaller and smaller. All right. And you're seeing the which the planks are also the distance between the two rails that are parallel because the freaking train rides on them, right? So you see those visually joining together at the distance, right? You see them touching each other. That's what you see. So but they don't actually touch each other, okay? So now you're saying that, or rather your Wally saying that Southport is also lower than Blackpool. So Blackpool is lower than Southport, though. So when you say lower, do you mean that you see it lower, or do you mean that is actually like physically lower? What do you mean, bro? I don't get it.
I don't think you're getting the simplicity of this. You're trying to imagine that these guys are in a thought area that you're not. You're imagining it for them. Literally, these guys think looking from Southport you're looking and seeing it below the horizontal. And then from South Blackpool, you're looking back and you are seeing Southport below the horizontal. They imagine that's a drop in the distance. Look,
Yeah,
Blue Marble
I
says
think you're
it's
right.
not a paradox because, and this is his reason for saying there's a drop from both sides. Literally impossible. Because if you go to Blackpool, measure a drop from Southport. Go to Southport, go back, there's a drop of Blackpool. Oh, then go back to Blackpool, there's a drop of Southport. Like it's an infinite drop. There's always a drop in the distance, which is impossible.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
but I think you're right in what you said. I don't think we're at the same wavelength with this guy because, okay, I think he's addressing me. He's saying, T or T, we're not talking about perspective. We can see where a horizontal line from Bev's, what is it? This Bev's AL auto level.
Yeah.
Auto level. We can see where a horizontal line from Bev's auto level strikes Blackpool. We can see that sea level is 30 meters lower. What is he talking about?
He's talking about drop. Immeasurable 30 metres lower. And then you go to Blackpool, look back at Southport. Oh, 30 metres lower. I best go to Southport and check this. It can't be right. Look back at Blackpool. 30 metres lower. Always downhill. It's a paradox. It only happens within the mind of the globe, like the serious, exploded mind of the globe. Anybody in reality would be able to see this. It's an impossibility, but accepted paradox.
Yeah, but why is he saying that we can see that sea level? It's 30 meters lower. Like, was your measuring rod on Blackpool, or what is he talking about?
Like I say, he's looking at the flowers in the distance, looking at the hills, not looking at the measuring rod. He's completely missed the whole point of what we're doing, and he's been told by these I call them globe surveyors. Right, they're not real surveyors, or they're not talking about any real methods that any surveyors would do in reality. These guys are talking about well, it's paralogism surveying. A wizard has led them to believe whatever they wanted to believe, and this is what they wanted to believe. There's a drop of 30 meters of Blackpool in the distance. Thanks, Jesse. And thanks to all of the people that have been involved in this this work finally coming to fruition. We were just been talking about level being horizontal, and now Blue Marble's saying, what's it say? It's not a paradox because level is not horizontal. That's how Blue Marble decides to make it not a paradox. By injecting another paradoxes. Thinks if you can add two paradoxes together, you can cancel them out and to make them not paradoxes.
How is okay? This is a question addressed to Blue Marble, but of course anyone can chime in. So, how is a level not horizontal?
It's another paradox because they imagine that, well, they know that an auto level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. Like that's a known fact that they definitely can't get away from. So, I mean, literally, you're talking to an exploded mind. I think that'd be part of ECV, right? Existential cognitive veiling. He can't answer that question.
Yeah, he's saying that it's never been a paradox, Bev, ever, but he's not answering the question.
He
Blue
can't.
Marble.
He can't answer the question.
The question is, how is a level not horizontal? How?
He can't tell you. Yeah, we've had them say all sorts of stuff. Did you know that air has a curvature rate?
The what now?
Air.
Air.
Yeah.
Air has a what?
A curvature rate.
A curvature rate.
Yeah, a curvature. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so what does a curvature rate mean?
Well, just
like degrees of arc or what?
Well, like like Earth curve, right, is a nondescript thing with no meaning. Well, air also curves in a similar way, because Earth curve, right, necessarily must be air curve. One leads on to the other. Can't get away from it. Globe model.
We're talking about air, right? Yeah. I mean, air doesn't. Okay.
Has to.
The stuff that doesn't have even a shape. That's the air.
Yeah, has to have a curvature. Consequences of the globe model, right? Because right, you've got the land, right? And if the Earth curves, then the air touches that, right? And then somewhere else you have a vacuum, right? But within that vacuum, there has to be air, right? Now, both of those, outer boundary and the inner boundary of air, both curve. So the bit in between has to also curve, doesn't it?
I've got so many objections here. I don't even know where to start from. Honestly,
because it's not real. This is globe fantasy models, right? But this is what you have to believe. This is what blue marble is literally. The sophisticated science of the blue marble is to explain this stuff that's unexplainable. That's what Blue Marble does. That's what the Blue Marble and his team specifically are here to help us understand how these contradictions are brought into the globe model. But I mean, it seems like they just keep saying it's not a contradiction and then stating a blatant contradiction that they don't seem to be able to see.
All right, cool. Let's accept that at face value, right? So you said that they explain, but okay. Honestly, I'm waiting for the explanation part. Actually, he answered. Well, he answered. He gave a answer. He says he types even. So the question was how a horizontal is not a level. Right, and he types, we live on a globe. Horizontals are tangents to an elevation. Level is an equipotential point and necessarily diverges from the horizontal. So wait a second. Level is a point?
At that point, it is horizontal as well.
But a point is a point.
It's not.
I mean, a point is.
Have you never heard of horizontal at a point?
Yeah.
Horizontal at a point.
Yeah. That point, that's where it's level, but Blue seems to think it diverges at that point too. I mean, it's a full of confusion and contradictions, paradoxes everywhere.
But you can have a horizontal at a point. You can have a tangent at that shares a point with a curve, and that would be a tangent line, right? Or you can have a plane that again shares a point with a curved surface, but that would be a tangent plane. But he's saying that level is a point. Am I reading this right? Can you guys read this? He says level is an equipotential point. What is an equipotential point?
Hey, just go with it. This is like I say, blue marble, sophisticated science. We're dealing with now, literally making this shit up as we go. An equipotential point.
An equipotential point that is also a level.
Yeah.
So what does that mean?
Nothing vacuous.
Exactly.
Like an elected cow that is also a table, right? I mean, what the?
Yeah, that's what you have to deal with. I mean, these are the blue marble science paralogists, right? These are handing these out. These are the top guys. I mean, these guys know that Neil deGrasse Tyson talks shit. These are the guys that they should be talking to. They'll tell you. It doesn't get any better than this.
The first part of that sentence is also a little bit nonsense. I mean, I kind of jumped over that. So he says horizontals are tangents to an elevation. How do you obtain a tangent to an elevation? Please let me know. I have no idea what you're talking about. I thought tangents are either lines or planes that share a point with a curve or a curved surface, respectively. What do you mean tangent to an elevation? What is that?
It's an elevation point, blue marble. But it's measured, these elevation points are measured with differential leveling. That's how you measure different elevations. So, as everybody knows, all horizontals are parallel.
Correct.
And that's how you measure the different elevations. So every elevation point will have an associated horizontal plane, that all of the points on that horizontal plane will have an equal elevation. Everybody knows that. It's too much for these guys to take.
So he writes again, don't parse my words. Don't parse my words.
Mm-hmm.
Don't parse my words. Level is every point that is at the same gravitational potential.
He's still begging the question.
If you don't already know what I'm saying, go away and learn. Yes.
So begging the question.
Okay. No. I don't mean to be rude, but I Mr. Blue Marble, I don't think you get to, tell me where to be or not to be.
What he means is the equal vertical on the vertical datum has the same elevation, as you would know, right? Because the elevations, if it's 1 foot above mean sea level, they're all equal, right? Yes. Now, as we know, they're measured with differential leveling and all horizontal planes are parallel, then it would make sense that level is horizontal.
Sorry. To be fair to Mr. Blue Marble, that's not what he's saying. He's saying that he measures it with a gravitational device. That's what he's saying.
No, it just says equal gravitational potential, right? Now that statement
How do you
is,
measure that?
it's how you interpret it. Like, how do you interpret equal gravitational potential? As we know, gravitational is a plumb bob, and we call that vertical. So all points on an equal vertical, i.e. the vertical datum, the elevations,
Yes.
would all have the equal. And as we know, measurements are made by differential leveling that uses a level with a horizontal plane. So all of the equal on the vertical would be measured against the horizontal, meaning it's a horizontal plane, right? That's the literal translation of what he said. But this is blue marble science. You have to imagine it like Wally, the plane curving. That's the only way to get around it. Bend horizontal all the way.
Well, that's not how I interpret it. Here's how I interpret it, right? So he's saying that level is every point that is at the same gravitational potential. So you mentioned a plumb bob. The plumb bob will give you the vertical direction, but potential has nothing to do with direction. Potential potential is not a vector. Potential is a scalar. So what I interpret from what he's saying is that I measure the potential of gravity. I obtain a scalar value from my, I don't know, I don't know how he's measuring it, and then I find all the points that have that share this value, and I call this a level, regardless of
Can I
what
just let you
geometric...
into what Blue's talking about then, right? What we're talking about is that video when we went. Chaiki has took a screenshot from that video where we went to go and show people how far you can see through the auto level. He's took a screenshot of that, drawn some lines on it, and then handed it to Blue Marble. So when Blue Marble's talking about equal gravitational potential, he's talking about the picture that Chaiki gave him that's got lines on it. Very technical stuff from Blue Marble science team, Frantic Bunny Ears. That literally, I'm not joking. That's it. That's the extent of Blue Marble's knowledge of this Blackpool dropping 30 meters in a distance. Is some picture that Chaiki's given him from a test that they've misrepresented and misinterpreted. The Blue Marble he's got no gravitational potential measuring device. He's just literally got a picture from Chaiki.
But excuse me, I mean, sorry to insist, but this is exactly how Blue Marble on chat a few minutes ago. This is what I mean. I'm going to read it again, and he's actually protesting, right? So he's protesting. He's saying, "Don't parse my words!" Exclamation point, and then he types word for word. I'm not going to parse anything here. Level is every point that is at the same gravitational potential. Full stop.
Vacuous truth.
It's part of the procedure at the minute. Check out what Blue's just wrote. Like he's doubling, tripling down on it.
Okay.
Like the great Jesse Kozlowski's like brainwashed.
Let's do this.
Blue.
By definition, horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that establishes a point of tangency. Wait a second.
He said by definition, and then he's tagged a bit on at the end that's only Blue Marble science definition,
and then
right? He's added that.
And then he added something.
Yeah.
So to be fair, let's read the whole thing.
Well, this could be by his definition, right? This is the Blue Marble Frantic Bunny is science definition.
Level diverges from that horizontal line. That horizontal line. What horizontal line?
The horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. The one that's perpendicular to plumb. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we got that. And that establishes a point of tangency. Tangency to what?
Just
level diverges. Level diverges from that horizontal line and follows the curve of the Earth, i.e. points of equipotential.
Yeah, like it's bendizontal, right? It is. So within the mind, there's a difference between the two, but the two are the same in reality. And at the point of everywhere that you ever do it. That's why the bubble has to be in the middle. And typically, you always thought levels were straight, right? Think again.
Yeah.
Think again. Blue Marble is telling you they're not. Horizontally straight. Well, at least for the meantime. That might... well, it has to, really. Mentally, he'll have to bend it at some point. But Blue Marble's still in the infancy stage of this. See, the points of equipotential are the points where level and horizontal are the same. In his mind, at least. So all of those points all the way around, level and horizontal, are exactly the same. He just imagines they're at all points on a sphere. It's some weird thinking you have to be able to go through.
How does he establish the how does he verify the equipotentiality of
it's all of the points where level and horizontal are identical. They're the same point wherever you measure it.
Oh, you mean the horizontal plane?
Yeah, just where it's perpendicular to vertical, i.e. plumb and level are perpendicular. Every point where plumb and level are perpendicular, that's where you measure them. They're always perpendicular wherever you are. That's why all surveyors survey locally. Wherever they are, that's where they're surveying. They're not surveying somewhere 13 miles away. They're surveying locally. All the time, every time. Wally's passing on his paralogisms. How many takers do you get for these stuff, Wally? I don't know. See, like, do you know how big these people are within the globe?
Really?
Yeah, do you know how big they are?
So if someone is kind of believing or kind of having seen that the ball story doesn't really add up, and they're like, okay, let's go to the internet and see what people chatter about it, then he runs across these guys that say that level is curving. And
check this out, right? It's another one of the things. This is Where's Wally, who's probably one of the worst. We had to let him go. We had to ban him, really. So, Wally says, horizontal is perpendicular to zenith lines. Okay. lines. So you know what a zenith line is?
Yes,
Vertical.
correct.
So horizontal is perpendicular to vertical lines.
It is.
Okay. In reality, yes. On the globe model, no. But Wally's wrote that it is. It's horizontal is perpendicular to zenith lines, vertical lines. Lines, more than one. Horizontal,
Yeah.
perpendicular to more than one vertical. Yeah, fine. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel. According to Wally, horizontal is perpendicular to zenith lines, vertical lines. Yes, true. Thank you very much, Wally. I agree. And we see that those zenith line diverge at 1 degree per 60 nautical miles too. Impossible, Wally, too. That's a contradiction. You can't have them being perpendicular and diverging at the same time. Impossible, Wally.
Yeah. I was about to say the same thing, but in the form of a question. Like, how do we see that those zenith lines diverge?
He'll never answer it. Wally will tell you he has a stolen concept, a fallacy, a self-refuting fallacy, that he can't see the fallacy within it either. Wally's completely blinded. Whatever this power is that gets cast upon them about this stuff.
I'd like to address the Blue Marble Science. He says, "What's wrong with zenith lines, Bev?" Actually, he's asking you, but can I have a go at that?
What's wrong with them?
What's wrong with them? I don't think there's anything wrong with them. Why was that a problem? What problem? They are parallel to each other. Do you think there is only one zenith? No. I mean, I've got my zenith right on top of my head. Bev has zenith, right? His zenith is right on top of his head. Why? Where's the problem? No, I don't think there's a problem.
He can't see it. He can't. ECV, right? They cannot address what Wally's actually said. So they have to imagine something else, and then they can imagine this other argument. They'll keep imagining other things until you forget that Wally's put horizontal perpendicular to zenith lines.
I mean, okay, let's assume that you, Bev, and I are sitting in the same living room, okay? And I'm on the couch on one end of the living room, and you're on the couch with a coffee table on the other end of the living room. And I got a light bulb on my zenith, and you've got another light bulb on your zenith, okay? So have we got different zeniths? Yes. Are they vertical to the horizontal? Yes. Are they diverging? No. Do they have a distance between them? Yes. So how does that make the living room curved? I don't get it.
Blue Marble's doing a verticals diverge. Verticals aren't vertical, right? They're different. The angular difference between verticals, I don't know where you'd measure it. But Blue Marble's going to do a video on it. Go on.
Wait, he says zeniths diverge.
Yeah.
How?
Yeah.
How?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking him.
Yeah.
How
He's
does
got a video? Video will be out soon.
Oh, that's gonna be good.
Very soon, yeah.
He says we see that those zenith line diverge at 1 degree per 60 nautical miles too. I'm assuming it's nautical miles, and then
like a zenith is like when they say that, like you have a plumb bob and it establishes vertical. You have a physical line there that establishes vertical. What is zenith?
It's up. It's the bit that you
Did-
can't actually do. Like it,
You can't do
Yeah.
it, so it's another vacuous
Yeah.
vacuous state. Yeah, so
yeah, it's an imagined up from where your hand is holding the string. It's to use a Euclidean term, it would be the extension of a terminated straight line in a straight line, right? Infinitely, to take a direct. It's from the string that you're holding for the plumb bob. It's an extension upwards in that straight line. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Oh, look, a blue marble says we need to know something about angles to measure it.
man, I
Nice.
just want to squash it real quick because I watch surveyors use plumb bobs to set their theodolites up, and guess what they do? They cite two other plumb bobs for the job. So get out of here.
Yeah, but here comes Rumpus.
Yeah.
Rumpus needs some help. Blue, you're doing a bad job. Rumpus has had to step in. Tut, tut, tut. I hope you got Rumpus to do a voiceover on your video, Blue. Because he'll be correcting you if you make any mistakes. I bet Rumpus is going to draw a circle and then draw some lines on it like pieces of pie and claim that he's measuring an angle from the centre.
He's saying Jesus,
yeah,
verticals, zeniths
brackets
inside the parentheses.
Yeah,
Is he praying to
Brackets,
Jesus?
yeah.
yeah, I think so.
Jesus, exclamation point.
So he's calling out to
Verticals.
Jesus.
Yeah, he's calling out to
Yeah.
Jesus.
Okay.
He is he's exclaiming to Jesus. He's not just calling.
Okay.
But based on the exclamation point that he uses. Verticals, zeniths, are radials from the center of the earth. Radials. So the verticals diverge. It is so incredibly simple. Alas, because Bev censors diagrams, he will never see the explanation. So,
I think
isn't that
Wally's refuted that.
whatchamacallit? Isn't that though one of them circular argument begging the question, isn't it? Because he's asserting that he's affirming that the Earth has a center and that stuff is radial to it. So the verticals diverge.
Yeah, which means
but
there's a measurable angle between horizontals. They cannot be horizontal. That's the statement. But Wally says, Blue, horizontal is perpendicular to zenith lines. Everybody knows that a horizontal is a plane. Then lines that it is perpendicular to would mean necessarily that those lines would be parallel to each other, not diverging.
If you have a zenith, like if you have something that's 90 degrees above your head, and then you move away and that's not a zenith anymore.
correct.
So how are they measuring something, calling it a zenith if it's 90 degrees perpendicular to horizontal? Moving away, it's not zenith anymore because it's at an angle.
It's still at 90 degrees to the horizontal though. They just
How?
imagine that the horizontals aren't parallel. That's the problem.
And if it's parallel to the plumb bob that you said earlier, that is what you cite in order to set up your plumb bob, to set up the equipment correctly, to level it up, then that would mean that the plumb bob that is away from you, that you're citing, is parallel to your own plumb bob. I mean, and that's not a geometric argument. That's practical, right? I mean, this is how you practically apply the method. Did I get this right?
Absolutely.
Oh god.
And these guys are saying that no, it's actually diverging. Right.
Yeah. The blue
How do they
marble.
make sense of this? Listen to what Blue
Yeah.
the science guy is saying. Every zenith has its own horizontal, and none of them, zeniths or horizontals, are parallel. What are you referencing to?
Oh, all right. Should I repeat what I just said? So
Go ahead.
so the way to correctly set up your own instrumentation by means of a plumb bob would be to cite a distant plumb bob from your own instrumentation and make sure you align it according to that one.
I
And you can
watched
do
that
that.
I'm sorry, but I watched that done for like 7 years straight, night after night. That's what they did. They set their instrument up with a plumb bob, sighted to a plumb bob or plumb line.
And I'm sorry. I mean, I'm gonna sound ridiculous, but I have to ask: was any of those plumb bobs diverging?
No.
Okay.
I wasn't the surveyor, but like my job depended on their, well, we'll call them benchmarks as colloquial. We call them
Aha.
spaz.
So you're saying that there is a chance that they were diverging, right?
No way.
Okay. sorry.
I'm just saying I watched them set their equipment up. I watched them sight two plumb lines, based off their instrument being set off a plumb bob.
Did they at any point in those 7 years, did they unpack a telescope and started looking for the zenith on the sky?
Well, you couldn't. We were underground, so.
Oh,
Yeah. They were hanging them from the roof.
It's sort of a necessity for you to understand the perpendicularity between vertical and horizontal. It's inconvenient truth for Blue
Right.
too.
Yeah, so it's like worse than that because like not only did they sight to one in front of them, they would spin their instrument 90 degrees and sight to another one. Either side. Forward, backward, left or right.
All for the aid of having straight lines.
Accurate maps.
Mm-hmm. 2-scale maps. Underground.
Yeah.
Have to be even more precise. Because how do you check it? You have to double, triple, quadruple check everything to make sure you're going in the right direction.
Yeah, there were times they would have to start from outside and work their way all the way in. They hated it, but they had to do it just to make sure they were spot on. They'd have to do it on a regular, I say regular basis, every so often.
Straight lines, squares, Precise, measured, proven, right? All of the plans give you a conclusion where everything meets up, and that's provable by your measurements. When you get tunnels to meet up again,
Yeah.
you can sort of prove the stuff that you've been doing, and if that goes over miles.
Oh yeah, yeah, miles, miles and miles.
Because if there's one thing we know, triangles on the blue marble science, sophisticated geometry, have more than 180 degrees, which means a square would definitely have to have more than 360. They'd have to generate some extra angles somewhere.
Oh not again. No. Not the triangles with more than, what was it? And then there was the square with more than 360. Then there is the pentagon, the hexagon. Do you was it with you guys that someone was saying that
Well, Blue
what
Marble
was it
said
that-
you could have 3, 4, and 5-sided squares. So I mean,
okay,
he said that.
that I haven't heard that one. You can
That was
have
Blue-
what?
That was Blue Marble. He said that you could have 3, 4, and 5-sided squares.
Okay, that's at a completely different level. The last thing I've heard was the circle that is at the same time it's a circle, a square, a triangle, a pentagon, and I mean you pick whatever you want. It's whatever you
Dornagon.
want.
It's a Dornagon.
Huh?
A Dornagon.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, it's also that one. Yeah, but it's also a triangle at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And God knows how
Blue's
many
getting confused again, Buster.
degrees it has. I mean,
I'll get this one. Well, it might. What time is it over there? Is it getting late? Is it cocoa time?
it is a little bit. So I think I'll drop out. But thank you guys. I'm sorry if I took a lot of your time, Bev. This
No problem.
has been an eye opener for me. Take care, guys.
All right. See you
Catch
later.
Bye.
So now Blue's getting really confused. He's saying you're claiming to sight to a plumb bob when Bev is adamant that you have to use a rod. Why were you guys doing it wrong? Who?
They're not looking for a change in elevation. They're aiming to keep a straight line from a bird's eye view. I'm not the one that's confused here. I don't think you are either, Bev.
No, I'm not. I'm absolutely. I understand the differences of the different surveying methods that have to be used underground and overground.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Blue Marble that's having a problem, especially at the minute now because the paralogism guys are in there. Rumpus had to step in, so Blue's feeling a bit of heat. Nobody likes bringing out Rumpus.
Yeah, it's a little bit of anxiety, probably.
Oh, he's in the chat. He's muted, though. I think that's best. Oh, do you want to have... does anybody want to hear the defence? The pack come to defend Blue Marble and his... I don't know, non-perpendicular? What do you reckon? Anybody? It's up to you guys. Anybody in the chat? What do you reckon? Do you want to hear from Rumpus and Rumpus's explanation of how Blue Marble? Or what about Wally's? What do you want to? Anyone? Yeah, Askin says thumbs down. Nah. That's it. That's the only vote that we've got so far. Let it out. It's Monday. Uncage it. Do you reckon? Let it loose. Conflicted here. Blue thinks he's turning up the heat. I bet he's been rubbing his hands a bit too much.
Maybe he had to put the oven mitts on. I don't know. What do you reckon then? All right. There's only Askin. Is that it? There's only Askin that wants to comment. Oh. Okay. There we go. There you go. Unserver muted him. I think I might have him turned down. Yeah, I'm sure.
To no volume, so I'm not too sure whether you guys can hear him. I mean, on YouTube, I don't think I can't hear him. Does that sound good for everyone? Is he saying anything?
He did.
All right, let's have a look. Oh, yeah. There you go, Rumpus. I've turned you up a bit now, so I can hear you.
Am I on 100%?
Sorry, say that again.
Am I on 100%?
No.
Okay, I'll go then.
All right.
He's fixing to do the
See you
classic
later.
backups, classic backup singer move. You
Yeah.
sing really low, so
Yeah.
you get turned up, and then live performance.
Yeah.
Let it loose.
Yeah. Well, I heard him. He asked, was he on 100%? He wasn't. I think it was around 57, which is an acceptable level for Rumpus. I think 57 is okay. Everybody could handle a 57 from Rumpus. You could hear him. Just not overpowering. Everybody knows he turns his gain up, overpowers it, and blasts out people's speakers. So anyway, doesn't look like you've got anybody to help you. Even Rumpus failed. He couldn't help Blue Marble Science out. It's been good tonight, though. I mean, look at this stuff. Every zenith has its own horizontal, and none of them zeniths or horizontals are parallel. It's crazy. I'm not scared of him. He was just in here. He left of his own accord, Blue. Scampered away like he did last time. I'm out of here. Me, farmers, come over here with us. It's pretty obvious, Blue, that we are not so scared of Rumpus. Rumpus got frightened by somebody in here. I don't know who it was. Probably Redman. And decided to leave of his own. He might have to go and do some trick-or-treating or something somewhere. Take out boy. Take out his boy. They've got to take out me boy. Trick or treating. Can anyone see what the consequences of when Blue Marble says every zenith has its own horizontal and none of them zeniths or horizontals are parallel? Welcome to the globe. I like that one. That's pretty good, that. And where's Wally? Like, you just... I can't, no way. See this? Do you want to do a comparison? I think Wally's Wally's just copied it. Copy and paste it. Copy pasta, Wally. Or maybe the Wally bot is taken over from Blue Marble. The Blue Marble science needs a parallelism pusher, so they've employed the Wally bot to just repeat, like parrot Blue Marble. Here's where's Wally saying, yes, Bev, every zenith has its own horizontal and none of them zeniths or horizontals are parallel. Welcome to the globe. Blue Marble says, yes, Bev, every zenith has its own horizontal and none of them zeniths or horizontals are parallel. Welcome to the globe. Blue Marble science and where's Wally seem to have identical. That's pretty good. That's getting on the same page, isn't it? This is the script. You guys have it. It is the Blue Marble science script. This is what we're going with. Team Blue Marble against Euclidean geometry. We can do it if we just say they're not. With no proof, no nothing. Let's just blatantly state that well, they've reduced horizontal down to bendizontal. Implied bendizontal. With other arguments. Oh, Stefan's in there pretending they've got arguments. Nice one. Hope you guys, Blue Marble and Where's Wally bot, are taking note. Stefan's got some arguments. Stefan, name one of these arguments that go against his narrative. I don't know who he is. Does anybody know who he is that Stefan's talking about? Terrified of Rumpus. Is that what Rumpus has been telling you, Blue? Yeah. Yeah. You go along with that. We are definitely terrified of Rumpus. You should have seen him run away at Bedford. It was impressive, Blue. Anyone would be scared of seeing how fast Rumpus ran away from coming and meeting us and looking at any equipment. Definitely. Right, what time are we at? Oh, look at the time. 4:20. So, again, what we've proved tonight is that the Globe Council members Blue Marble, Where's Wally? And I don't know, Stefan Muddies. Good to see you, Stefan. You obviously, we go with that. Stefan's a new member. Because you know these measurements conform. Do you mean spherical geometry, like a 2D surface? And is that what you imagine as a spherical Earth? The two-dimensional surface? Because have I got news for you? 2D is a plane. And planes do not curve. There's no spherical planes. A plane's just 2D and times breadth. Right, so I think it's time we end it. It's been a pretty good Model Afflicted Monday. Good to see the turnout in the YouTube chat. Thanks, guys, for coming. It's been great. Paralogisms have obviously they've come out and talking about geometry once again. Perpendicularity, Euclidean geometry. It's all good stuff, and it's obvious that it's a troublesome to the Globe Gang. Sorry, Blue Marble Science guys, right? Frantic Bunny Ears team. Let me get. Buster's gonna do the. May as well do Model Affliction. Thank you very much for joining us. I did have a word, Buster, with Paper about the music thing. I'll put a shout out again. Over the next few days, I don't know, sometime when we hopefully get together, we're going to be going over a special members only sort of glasses off type, feet up, sit by the fire and have a chat with the guys type thing. And if you want to come into that geometry music type thing, I don't know, it's going to be good. But yeah, if you want to come in and get in on it, come into the Discord and we'll sort it out and let you know whenever we're going to do that. Members only type stuff. Okay, thanks for that. Join us tomorrow. It will be Logic Night. Not too sure about exactly what we'll be doing, but hopefully we'll be going over the logic of the illogic. Blue Marble Science. He's in need of content, and he's going to do some Blue Marble Science sophisticated geometry. That's good to look forward to. So thanks for that. See us tomorrow, 8 o'clock PM UK. Have a happy Halloween.
All right, here we go. Okay.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster.